Happy Black History Month, ladies. It's Clarity Dimensions, aka Trina. And this is the last Saturday of Black History Month. So let's get ready to rock and roll. So, our topic is so here it is 2C, 4C, braids, wigs, weaves, bald, however we want to wear it. I wanted to talk on this subject because as Black American women, we are innovative, creative, and just always producing and making sure that we just are the trendsetters of the globe. But yet we're so judged by our hair, how we wear it, how we don't wear it, how much we spend, what we don't spend, whether it's natural, whether it's weaved, whether it's chemical based, whatever the case may be. I think a lot of times as Black American women, we've innovated from the chemical, and now we're innovating more to the more natural. But I just wanted to show us in all of our glory in different dimensions, whether it's how we do our hair as women or how we do our little ones' hair, like our little girls' hairs. And just the innovation and style that we've weaved throughout the centuries or the centuries since we've been here. And as you can see in the corner, we have Madam C.J. Walker, who was one of the Black women millionaire, first billionaires to innovate how we have pride in our hair. And I thank God for women like her, and I hope more women are coming up tonight to see this. Um, in any case, I have a lot of different styles on how we did stuff and how we just went from our natural to how we went from permanent or just different things that we did throughout the eons. And what I've noticed, and as I look through um, the Black history of our hair or look through the different ways we innovated from when it was, whether it was in the 20s, the 30s, or whatever, it was just like we were always doing the dang thing. And I'm just so proud of it. And that's Black American women. We are not African. We are not Caribbean. We are Black American. And even with our hair, it is history in our hair that does not derive from Africa, but derives from who we are as an ethnic group, our own way of being as Black women, our own creativity, ours and ours alone, how we influence throughout the eons and we still influence today. And I'm looking at the pride in which we've had, and there's no way that we never just did not display our crown in its glory, whether we tie it up, whether we wear it out, we always seem to innovate. And it's even when we're going through hard times, it's like we have that unction and that juncture to know that we should have pride in our crown. Our hair is our crown. And that's why they probably created the Crown Act, because it is just what it is. As you can see, she's wearing that crown of glory in a way that is just amazing. What up, Sam? And I just wanted to innovate and show that the creativity that we have with our hair. And I want us to take more pride in how we represent as Black American women. There's no one like us. We take pride in everything that we do. I feel as Black women, do we have our rough times? Yes, but throughout it all, we always innovated, we always grew, we always did the dang thing. So I just wanted to just show some clips on our different various styles, and I really like this bush, this afro, this or they would call it the bush sometimes, with this afro and how we just represent it. Or when we had Miss, as you know her, Miss Diana Ross. Even to our celebrities, this is just an average everyday Black American woman, but she represented. And as you can see here, Miss Diana Ross, she takes it to another level. She represents. And this is like in the 70s. It's our crown, our glory, and how we just did the dang thing. And I was just loving just going through these photos and saying, dang. Or if we was doing something as simple as being just cute for the moment, we just did the doggone thing. And I was like, wow, look at how many styles that we found. And this was just from the 67. I'm not going to go in any particular order, but from where we started to where we ended, it was always something where we were innovating. We were never just letting it just go free. We always made sure we represented in a way that we represented pride, as you can see. In the 1920s, we was doing the dang thing. And this is us as Black Americans, descendants of United States chattel slavery. We have every hair length, every hairstyle, even to now. We always just innovate, whether it was then to now. We always made sure we wore our crown with pride. And this is the stuff that I was just looking through. And you can, as you can see, it's many things that you can probably see and remember how we innovated throughout the time period. And I kind of laughed at this one because I'm pretty sure as young women, some of us wore this style, the mushroom. You remember this one? I remember this as a teenager. And it was just one of those styles that we kind of remember that young Black American women wore or young Black girls wore. As you can see, Fantasia was rocking it in her time and century. It's never old. Or as you can see, Tootie rocked it when we was young. That's our time period. We always wore our crown with pride. Even when she was a little girl, the pigtails and the braids and the ponytails. You see Miss D, she's rocking it from What's Happening. You see her rocking this. We've all remembered this hairstyle. These women are now in their 50s. These are Black American women. We're not African. We're Black American. Look at how we rock and represent each and every time. I love it. I was looking at some of our little girls' hairs, and this is how we braid our children's hair. And I was talking about our little girls and how we even have that pride and how we do their hair. We're very particular. I remember some of these styles because I did them on my daughter. These styles, of course, you can remember the ballies. Even when we start them young, we start them with pride with their hair. So I never could understand when I hear comments about Black women and their hair not being hygienically correct. And I'm like, that's not a Black American woman. We don't play that. We always make sure we represent and our daughters represent. We start them off early. And that's why I couldn't understand who are these women that are not us. Some of us remember this. I even used to braid my daughter's hair like this. This is a Black American little girl. This is how we represent and braise up our girls, our daughters. We have that pride, that dignity. We start them off early. And I was thinking, this is the stuff that I was telling Miss K Money about how we do our little girls' hair. Here's another one. I gotta find another one of my little girls. Because I always remember how we just love to represent. Yes, you got to know the puff balls. All of us kind of wore this one when we were little. I had it when I was a little girl. Anybody else wore that one? That was in the 70s, and we still rock that till today. So when we look at our pride and look at our innovation as Black women, even when we wearing it gray, we rock that shit. We make sure we represent. As you can see, Patty with the fan. Even when it's something that's retro, something that you may not see again, we wear it with pride and wear it with ease. Black American women. Anybody remember this hairstyle? Saved by the Bell. This woman is in her 50s. This is how we wore our hair. Natural, beautiful, free. This is just a regular Black girl. I know y'all know this asymmetrical look. We all wore this one. Or something as simple as this. See, little girl, grown woman. We always represent. Janet Jackson with the flow away. Debbie Allen, that's when we was representing them curls. Jerry curls, or that might be her natural curls. That's when it's thick and long. Whether what complexion you are, it can be any length and shade. Doesn't matter. The skin tone. Skin tone don't have nothing to do with hair length. As you remember her, Miss Forget Me Not, Patrice. Donna Summers. We rocked it well. I think we saw that one. Oh, look at this one, natural and curly, beautiful. This is us as Black American women. Miss Lola Falana. This woman is in her 70s. Yes. Miss Jill Scott. Uh, I remember women wearing this. This is Black American women. This is how we wear our crown. Black American women. Whether we pixieing it, however we do it, we wear it with pride. And I just love these. I had so many on here. It was so many that I could go through, but I just wanted to touch a few. Like I said, when we wearing it gray, Black American women. These are the styles that we innovate as Black Americans. Of course, I did show you the braids, the beginning, and how we do it. Any case, I wanted to have this discussion as Black American women, how we rock our crown and how we still innovate until today. And I'll go through some more of them as we go along. We still innovate until today. Hey, world. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Sam. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Yes, the stacks. We always wore our hair with the best of the best. We never, as Black American women, never not took care of the way in which we represented our hair. Do we have our hard times? Absolutely. But as Black American women, we always innovate, create, set a trend. So when I hear things like your weave is out of whack or your hair is not smelling appropriately, this is not us as Black American women. We don't play that as a collective. We tend to be on the grind when it comes to our crown every time. And I wanted to have this discussion because this is another viewpoint in how we separate one from the other. And there's so many other styles that's listed, and I may have a part two because there's so many styles that we did. I couldn't even get them all. It was off the chain. It was sending me back through memory. So I didn't put it in no particular order because I just wanted you to just to see the variations and how the styles that we created, a lot of them are just never ending. It's still one from then to now. We always create, innovate. We always make sure our crowns rock. And that was something that Black American women always took pride in, always took joy in. Yes, braids, beads, we always did it. We did it with the fullest glory. So you coming up as a child, whether your hair was straightened or whether your hair was in beads or however your mother did your hair, however you did your hair when you was grown, we always represented as Black women. And now when I hear negativity of how we like to just wear weaves or we don't keep our hair clean, I take an offense to that because I know as Black American women, primarily, we're not that type. I know that because I know our women. Now, do you have some that might be a little rough around the edges? Of course. But as a collective, homie, don't play that. We don't play that. And when I was looking at it, I'm like, damn, we rocked from the beginning to now. It's embedded in us as Black women to wear your crown with glory because we're always being watched, always being monitored, always being looked at, always being criticized. But yet, in the same token, we're always being imitated, always being copied, trendsetters. So I would say with Black American women from this point on, always set the tone. Never, ever, ever let anyone make you feel like you are not representing as a Black woman. Always copied, exactly worldviews. We never copied, we're always copied. So I say as Black American women, take care of our crowns because our crowns is truly our glory. Our hair is our glory and it's watched and imitated all over. And the next one I'll show you is how women from other ethnic groups was imitating us. But I wanted this one just to focus on us. And that was just a few that I wanted to show. But I'm looking at it and I'm like, when I hear about, oh, well, your hair is falling out on the sides and the weave is smelling funky, we know damn well that ain't us. That's not us. Hey, Pinky, that is definitely not us as Black women. We don't play that as a collective. And when I show how we train our young girls, from the beginning how to wear their crowns. And we wear it with such glory and honor. And we teach our little girls how to represent from a young age. It lets me see that no, that's not us. That's not us as Black women, because we even make sure our baby girls represent, because our little girls are a signature of us as Black women. We want to make sure when we represent, our babies represent, and we make sure that they are always put together from head to toe. And I think we learned this through the eons from our ancestors, the women before us. They always, that was one of the main things Madam C.J. Walker basically innovated in Black women, to take pride in your hair, take pride in who you are. So whether we wear it natural, which we still do, or whether we wear it in a way where we do different colors or styles, we'll bring that up at another time. We always represent. And I basically wanted to say this as Black women: don't let anybody tell us how we can or cannot represent, how we wear our hair. It's up to us, and it's our business and our business alone. Make sure you wear your crown to represent you at all times at your best. Never let any man, woman, shit, or child tell you how you can and cannot wear your hair. Never let anyone tell you how much to spend on your hair if they're not giving you no money for your hair. It's not no one's business, not any man or woman or religion or ideology. Let us always represent and be our best at all times. And I want to just thank you, ladies, for being a support. You give me the push to go on. It's kind of hard out here nowadays, just seeing what's going on. But in everything, I just say, as Black women, and I know for me, one of the main things I like to do, because it makes me feel good as a woman, I don't know about you, is to always keep my hair, my nails, and my toes done. That's just something I like to do as a woman. Every woman has their own niche. But I say this, that whatever your niche is, protect the children. Hey, make sure you put yourself first physically as a woman. Take pride in yourself. Love yourself. Protect your peace. Mind your peace. And make sure you just keep good care of yourself, your hair, your skin, your body as a whole. And your hair is a representation of your crown, because so many people judge us on it. But when I look at it, I'm saying to myself, that's not the Black women that I see. A lot of us do wear weaves, or we wear braids, or we wear natural, but a lot of times it depends on your age, depends on the stage you are in your life. That's what you want to wear, that's what you want to do. But don't let no society or anyone tell you, oh, don't wear this, don't do that. And I find that Black American women, we get critiqued so much. Even when it's not us, people are critiquing how we should and should not look. And when I'm looking at a lot of these women who are melanated, and I'm looking at their crown, and people ask, well, how do you know? Because I know how we wear our hair. It's never fake, it's never phony. It fits with us every time. And it says it's where it belongs. When I look at these other women, it don't look like it belongs there. That's not their hair. That's not their crown. They're wearing something that's fake and phony. It's called cosplaying. But when we wear our hair, it's natural, natural to the core, from when we're born to when we're older. It always fits because it's us. And anyone who tries to emulate it never can do it as good as us. But it's okay, because at the end of the day, you can cosplay, you can copy all you want, but you'll never be the original. And I wanted to show these slides because I was like, wow, many of us can remember these styles. And I just kind of just had to laugh, because as a little girl, I wore this style. She's my age. We wore this style. You can remember these styles. We wore these. This used to be my favorite. I used to love wearing my mushroom. I used to love these styles. These were just some of the styles we wore as young girls. Of course, when we was babies, look how we innovate this style till today. I have pictures, and I'm 50 something years old, when I had these beautiful puff balls and ribbons. This is us as Black American women, not African, but Black American women. I still see these styles, and my daughter is 20 years old, and I did her hair like this when she was a little girl. Because during this time now, we had the ballies out. It was just amazing. Just looking at this, they add a spice to the gray. Yeah, you're getting older, but you're getting wiser, and it doesn't mean you just go out with time. Every one of us can look at this hairstyle, an actress, and we can see this how our mothers probably wore these hairstyles. Our actors and actresses, I say actresses because this is women, basically imitate us, even in on screen as well as in life. Viola Davis, a natural hairstyle. I just kind of had to laugh at this one because here's a grown woman with pigtails, and then here's the same pigtails in the same style as a little girl. Our styles ever changing, and this woman is in her 60s. We always wear stuff that can go through and transcend through time. It's wonderful, and I love it. Like I said, I took a lot of the mushrooms just to think about this. That style was like $8, $9. How many of you can remember a style that was $9? $9. And I had to take a look at that one. I was like, I can't believe this. I got to show y'all this one. $9.99. How many of us can remember paying $9.99 for a hairstyle? We haven't seen them prices in God knows when. That's how long ago this was. But look at how fresh it was then. I wonder if this style will come back out today. And I just found it just amazing. $9.99. No, this is a wig, a stretch wig, but this one is actually her hair being done. But a wig, I don't know, Pinky. It might be. It might be. But we know for a fact this ain't no wig. And as you can clearly see, Tootie is a grown behind woman. How many of y'all remember that ruffle shirt in the front? I'm telling me because that's remember my age. Because I had that type of shirt when I was younger with the wrap skirts. But just looking at the innovation and styles that we went through, I love our hair. I love our creativity. And it was just so many that I saw throughout here. Throughout that I was just looking online with. It was just crazy. This style, I couldn't even remember what this one was. What era was this? Because I had to look it up, but I'm looking like, wow, Black American innovating in. Where the heck did she get that style from? But she did it. You remember that one? So it's like, wow, as Black women, when did we ever not have pride in the hygiene of our hair? I'm like, that's not us. And this is the things that I say as Black American women when they say, how do you know? Because I know us as Black women, how we innovate, how we create, how we have pride in how we do our hair. And it's just not us to just let it be any old type of way. I was like, it can't be. We don't just let it just go all crazy. Look at this. We always was innovating and creating. Even the guys was rocking that shit. So as Black women, we always, the pick, y'all see that Afro pick up in there? This is Black Americans, not Africans. Look at even here, we rocked it. Like I said, in the 20s, we rocked it. We always made sure we represented. So why would now will we be so trifling as to not make sure the hygiene of our hair and our bodies was not correct? That's why I said these are the things that separate us from any other woman. Lola Valana, we still see this style until today. Not only did we wear it then, but those styles still transcend now. It's timeless. That's what I'm saying. Anything we do is like damn near timeless. We represent, we rock it, we innovate it, we tweak it. You got women now wearing this. This is us, Black Americans, Black American women rocking this hairstyle. How many of us saw our mothers with these in the 70s, or we wore it as a baby, a bush? This is us as Black American women. Hold up. Okay, if you in the chat, come on up, or anybody who wants to come up. Let's talk. If you want to, come on, let's talk. And let's talk about how we represent as Black American women. The bouffant, exactly. That's why I said when they say, and I'm going to bring up more as we go along to show just how we represent it throughout time. We're always innovating. Okay, Shay, if you want to come on up, come on up. But I was just looking at it and it was just like giving me just having me laughing because some of the stuff I couldn't even clip a lot of it. I still got to put more in there, but I was like, oh my God. And I am like, wow, this is how we transcended through time. And what I want to do is, as a woman, we'll do this from time to time. I'm gonna try to take it from the beginning of time, and we'll do like hair for that decade, and see how we transcend, like from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and we'll go down the line. We'll have stuff like that. So I'll do like the 1920s and 30s, and just show how we innovated through time and how a lot of those hairstyles are timeless, just timeless. And I'm like, wow. So as Black women now, all of a sudden, when we went through all of this, how we're taught to have pride in our hair and our crown, all of a sudden we just gonna drop the ball. We're not gonna know how to keep our hair clean, keep our hygiene clean. These are clear signs of who we are as Black American women. And those things never leave us. Now, do we have some, like I said, that may be having a hard time going through different things? Of course. But as Black American women as a whole, we represent. We are a clear sign of femininity. We are a clear sign of delicate. Yes, we are delicate, beautiful, feminine, delicate Black women, innovative women. And are we strong when we need to be? Absolutely. Not strong like a man, but strong mentally. Because no one has to take the criticism and the constant badgering that we do from day to day as Black women. We stand in the front. We don't stand behind, cut up and act a fool. You know who I'm talking about. Who want to be cloaked in blackness while they act like 304s and cloak themselves in our history and our image while they act out and act like a horrible mess. But we as Black women, we still take those arrows and we still shine. And we shine and we will continue to shine until the end of time. And I just was looking at it and I'm like, wow, whether we were in show business, sports, everyday life, Black American women always represent. We keep our head up high. No matter the stresses, the stigmas, we still keep our head up high. And I say to Black women, continue to keep your head up high. And make sure you do stuff special for yourself. In this era as Black women, even though times make it rough, always put yourself first. Put yourself first. And if you worship God, put him first and then put yourself next. Because if you put God first, he'll lead you in the right direction. But make sure you take care of yourself first. We always, as Black women, are concerned about others and the way they feel and the way they think. Many of us. But it's time in 2024 to make a change. It's time to make sure you put yourself first on how you think of yourself, your image, and how you move as a Black woman. We need to start taking time out for what we need to do for self-preservation. We always preserve the culture. We always make sure we take care of our children in spite of, despite all of the criticisms and the rough rides that we get. We still represent as Black women. And I want us to continue to do that. And as I look at it, I'm like, wow, it was just amazing. The 20s, yes, the clothing, the styles, beautiful. This is Black American women. That's right, Pinky. This is us, not an African, not a Caribbean, Black American women. This was us. Looks from the 60s, exactly. For some can do hanger. What were you saying? I'm still researching someone can change a finger. Yes, I remember that. I remember those finger waves. I used to do those, Tashi D. Those were, I'm gonna look up that too. But whatever we wore, whether it was Afro puffs, braids, beads, whatever we wore in our hair, we always kept up our crown. So when I hear the negativity about, like, again, the hygiene of our hair and our bodies, I'm like, that's not no Black American woman. We tend to have more pride and stamina on how we like do stuff as women. We don't come out looking all crazy. That's just not the way we move as black women. I figure we move better than that. Whether we was rocking our Afro puffs when we was little or when we're bigger. We don't I don't know. What is your opinion on it, ladies? How do you think we represent as women? I'm just loving every bit of it. I don't know. Every time I was looking at it, I was like, wow, we always did the dang thing. But I just had a ball doing this research. It was just wonderful. I loved how we just rocked our afros, how we always made sure it shine and had sheen. We just was making it just look amazing. I loved it. Even when it was to the wildest or just however we wanted to, we always created. But this one right here just took me out. I really love this one because you see, I keep going back to that. I was like, dang, she cut that sucker into a heart formation. That right there showed that even then it was like I can only imagine how some of our parents was wearing those afros. And I remember when my mom was wearing her afro when I was young. So it just had me laughing. I was like, this chick did the doggone thing. And it was just amazing. I love it. And if you have pictures or anything to show how we rocked our hair back then, send it into my email. I think I'll drop it in the link when I get a chance. So we can do this again and just show how we just innovated throughout the eons. Our hairstyle was just always, like I said, timeless, beautiful. And I'm just looking at some of these women like Lola Falana. I can't believe it. She's in her 70s. I think she almost 80 years old. Some of y'all may remember her. She was, I think, Judy Pace, a black American actress in that time period. Y'all know the Lark Voorhees. She would be my age group today. These are black American. Queen Latifah rocked the hairdos. Yes, MC Light. We need to innovate all of that. This is black American women, not African, not Caribbean, black American. This is us. This is us as black American women. And we need to make sure we shine every time. Every time we need to shine. And we need to call out anything where they're saying, oh, black American women need to do this, black American. When you look back at these things, go back and look for yourself. These hairstyles fit us. It doesn't look like it's slapped on like a wig. Even when that chick had on a wig, it's fitting us because it is us. It's our look. It's who we are. It's not like no funky wig falling to the left or the right or no bad hairdo. It's us. It doesn't look like it's sitting up there saying, my God, why am I sitting on top of this person's head? No, our hair fits us. It sits there and it rocks like it belongs because it's our crown. And I would say, as black American women, remember this. This is how it looks. That even when you put on a weave, this is her hair. This is her hair. This is our hair. We don't have to fake it until we make it. We rock innovative styles for when we want to just try something new. And this is the stuff I like as black American women. Hey Kay. What's up, K Money? Who's on the stage? Kay?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Hey, I was just want to address something that Charlie Shaw said in the chat because I remember of an image that I saw of I guess somebody was trying to say, oh, they were doing afros in Africa, like the tribes, and they showed this one guy, and it was kind of like puffed out,
Mm-hmm.
kind of pushed back, like as if he had kind of combed it back a bit, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So I said, like they trying to prove, and I was looking at this. I said, no, this is not an afro. This guy's natural hair, and he's just kind of, combing it back. But
Mm-hmm.
when afro, use an afro pick, and you comb it up and out like a cloud. So they're trying like they were doing that in Africa. It's like, no, honey, that's not an afro. You weren't doing
No,
that.
they wasn't doing this.
No, the afro is a
And
black American culture
Yeah,
hairstyle. That's
and they weren't doing nothing like this. They
nothing.
definitely wasn't doing no Diana Ross.
And let
They
me tell you,
wasn't.
you got African women over in Turkey, right? There's an African woman I saw that walk around Turkey. She wear a whole lot of attention from the Turkish people. Like, they want to take pictures and stuff like that. And I was very annoyed at first when I saw it because I felt like, this is our cultural hair. She's over there
Hmm.
as that. But then I thought about it. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me then because I think when I first saw it was a couple of years ago. But when I think about it in the last week or so, I said, okay, you had to know that that was a wig. I don't know why it didn't occur. You know,
Hmm.
she had the afro actually look a little bigger than this one on the photo on the picture, and I'm like, yeah. When
Now
I
Diana may be rocking a little wig or something, something. She might.
yeah, but
She probably,
that
but it
did
looks like Diana. It looks like her.
it
When
looks
we
natural.
see this, it looks natural. But when
Hmm.
we see this chick,
When I
this
told you,
ain't no wig. This is this woman's hair.
yeah, I love that. That's all you can tell by the texture that that's her natural hair.
Yes.
It
This is a
reflects.
black American woman. This is what we call 4C. We don't have no 12C hair. We got 4C. 4C. It feels soft. It sits up. It's innovative. It's retro. I mean, somebody gonna probably try and rep this style now. This style can be worn now, but this chick was wearing this in the 70s. You know what I'm saying? This she's probably old. She's probably our mother's age.
Yeah, but
This is
think
what we were doing then.
it wouldn't have been conducive to wear an afro. Like, say, if you lived out in the jungle, right? You're not
Mm-hmm.
about
You wouldn't have worn nothing like this.
that would have been very dangerous, life threatening for you. You couldn't have hair like that if you was in
Exactly.
quite a lot of regions in Africa. You just would not have worn your hair like that. And with you have
Exactly.
people have 4C hair, but you rarely see them wearing afros. Any of those Africans, they really didn't wear afros. They didn't wear their hair combed out in a cloud, like a puffy cloud. Like
No.
that just would have been very impractical with the kind of lifestyles that they lived and the way they had to survive, the continent from hunting and
Exactly.
living in the jungles or the desert. Like those have been conducive to those types of environments.
Exactly. And we didn't innovate or get any styles or any type of looks from Africans or Caribbeans. Black Americans was over here minding our natural born business,
Yeah,
trying to just look good as Black American women. That's all we were doing, trying to do something retro cute, the same
uh,
way we do now.
the same way
That's
the
what
way
we
they get the hairstyles from it's really simple. If you look at like say National Geographic or anything that documented like African people and their tribal and their tribes, like their cultures, the clothing, hairstyles they wore, so on and so forth. They wore
do.
hairstyles for specific tribes. So that wasn't about innovation. It was about culture and tradition. That's why I say Black American hairstyles are about style and aesthetics, and I guess you could say innovation too. Whereas African hair
Right.
about tradition and culture, and they wear the same type of hairstyles, and certain hairstyles associated with certain tribes, and they pass it down to the generation.
Facts. Facts.
So that
Whereas
wasn't
Black American women just wear stuff because that may be a trend. That may be something that we innovate and create. But what I've noticed from then to now,
mhm.
and we still are innovating new styles, but a lot of those styles, it cracked me up because a lot of those styles I was looking at, as you could see, Debbie, and we was talking Kay about how we do our little girls' hair, and
Mhm.
I was looking at this grown behind woman with this hairstyle, and it just cracked me up because she was on one of the soap operas. She's in her 60s now. This is how she had her hair, but then you see the same little girl wearing something similar. And this is now. Our hairstyles go in and out. It's like timeless on how we do it. And it's I don't know if is it like it do we I don't think we have a set style in which we wear.
No, we don't, because like I said, um, our hairstyles are also always about to do it. Like look at Kim Phillips, because what picture she's like maybe in her 40s, because we weren't doing no red hair like back in the 90s. That's
Mm-mm.
now.
Right here, she is in her 50s. Kim
Right.
feels I am 53. Kim feels is like
We
54,
weren't
50.
doing these in the 90s. That's more of a 2000 things.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, like, it's also about progress. Like, how Are you always you're innovating and you're moving forward? You're making progress. Do something different.
Exactly. Hey, and I just love what I said. And anybody remember that shirt? You see that shirt Tootie got on? I don't know if you wore it. Anybody wore that shirt? That was like a shirt we wore when we was in like junior high. If you went to high school or whatever the case may be, or and not even so much high school. That was if you had the ruffle shirt or the skirt. Remember the wrap skirts? You remember that, Kay?
The wrap skirts.
It's like the wrap denim skirt.
Yeah, I think so. I think I kind of remember.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
probably covered up a little bit more when you was younger as a teenager, but there
I,
were certain shirts. This particular shirt, this one was pretty covered.
no, I didn't go to. I didn't go to school. I didn't go to junior high school when I was with
Right.
my. So it was different for me.
Right. But you probably still wore this like as a regular just outfit. You didn't have to wear it to school, just a regular outfit if you seen that ruffle looking shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Huh.
Some of the
Not
girls might have seen it.
right.
I had this shirt where you had the ruffles and you button it on the side. It just brought back memories, that's all. A lot of us may have dressed differently due to our cultural and religious beliefs. I get it. Because culturally, Black Americans are the same. But when we practice certain religions, I get there are certain outfits that, they probably weren't allowed to wear. Because I had a girlfriend who was apostolic. So she had to dress differently and her hair had to be more so natural than to be straightened or whatever. But it was always clean. She was
What,
always cleaning up the par. You follow what I'm saying?
what religion did?
She was apostolic.
What is that?
Mm, it's like a step above holiness. They're more
Like
stricter.
you mean apostolic?
Pentecostal, yeah, apostolic.
Oh, Episcopalian?
No, apostolic. Apostolic.
How do you spell it? Oh,
APOS stolic.
oh,
Apostolic. Look it up. It was
what
kind of like real strict.
apostolist? I never heard of that.
Yeah, apostolic.
Never heard of that. That's unusual.
Did you ever hear of a 7 day event? They kind of remind me
Yeah,
of 7 Day Adventist. She was kind of, it was like apostolic, holiness,
yeah. I've heard of seven.
Pentecostal. She told me she was apostolic,
Yes,
but it looked like it was Pentecostal. They were kind of really strict. You know how some religions have some really strict codes
what
of dress.
I've heard of
And
Pentecostal, but
yeah, I think with apostolic, they couldn't like wear their hair with like pressed out or anything. A lot of times the women mainly wore real long skirts. Um, and they wore their hair up and tied kind of. They couldn't like show their hair. It wasn't like, it was almost like just a step. I don't know. It was real traditional looking, real older fashion looking the way they dressed. Because the shoes had to be a certain way. It was just different. When you look, I gotta look it up. I'll send you some information on it. But when I was seeing she had, it was her mom, her dad, her sister, and I think she had three little brothers. They lived very simple. The women couldn't like put certain things in hair, but their hair was always clean, but it was just more natural on the natural side of things. You
hmm.
know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, as Black American women, I was just looking at the stuff and I was saying, as a collective, a lot of us can remember these hairstyles. I wore this hairstyle. I have a picture. I'll never show it, but I have a picture where I had my hair in the mushroom, and I was just laughing. I'm like, wow, because that was like my signature style all through ninth grade. I wore like a mushroom, or I wore something like I had like a ponytail with a bang in the front. It was always something as Black women, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, this is the styles I remember, and why it looks so natural on us as Black American women, because this is how we look from day to day. I'm pretty sure you've seen this, even though you didn't dress like this, Kay. You've seen women and girls walking around like this during that time.
Oh yeah, all these hairstyles. When you talking about the finger wave, the French
Yeah.
roll, you back in the '90s, the cornrows, the braids with the beads. Um, yeah, the we call them pom poms, but I know they now call them Afro puffs, but we call them pom poms, and we had the little bow.
Yes.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
And I'm looking at that. The braid. I think some people still do the braids and the beads. And you remember her one hit wonder, "Forget Me Not." Bring me, forget me not. I
No,
want you to
I remember
remember.
that hairstyle though, because this is when
She
I think
kinda, you kind of look like her. You trying to look like her, Kay?
yeah. But you see, she got the plastic. Like I think this is when they started using like this was just like wood, but also plastic beads. Yeah, you can see she's kind of, but she's
Mm-hmm.
got going on maybe some shells.
Yep. This is stuff that she wore, and this woman is now 60 something. Yep, in her 60s. This is
Mm.
how we, and this is not something that I've seen. I don't know. Anybody seen this in Africa? I didn't see this in Africa. I didn't see this in Africa either. And this is Donna Summer. God rest her soul. May she rest in peace. And we seen when she wore her hair real big and fluffy, but this is Donna Summer. And look at those braids. They were real tiny, those cornrows. And then she let it out in the back. These are she would be if she was alive like in her late 70s. I'm saying a lot of black American girls who are of a darker hue with a hair full of hair, meaning skin tone don't have nothing to do with hair texture or hair length. And we know that Debbie Allen, she's close to 80. She's 77, like my mom. This was the style she wore back then. This was the like 80s, 90s. But just looking at all of these things, these are women. Yeah, Lola Falana, she's like in her 80s. I think she's still alive. I think so. I think she is. And even like I said, when black women get older, they still make sure they represent. I remember my grandmom having that hair color and her hair was real natural like this. She didn't really have to, when it was just in her natural state, it was curly like how this woman's hair is on the right. That's how my grandmom's hair was, curly and wavy, big waves. And it was real silver, like the lady to the left. And she was a nice chocolate color. She just had beautiful gray hair. She repped it. I loved my grandmom's hair. And anybody remember her? I know you can remember her. Judy Pace, that's what they said. She was an actress. That was her hair.
She looks great in that sweater with the.
Hmm. And that hairstyle, you might see that with some women who may want to wear it natural. I don't know, but I know one thing we can remember. Look at them big hoop earrings. They this was in the 70s, 60s, 70s. How many black women still have them hoop earrings like that? I won't wear them because I ain't got no neck. Remember the turtleneck?
Yeah, she's
Maybe
good.
they just,
It looks nice with it. She's wearing it really well.
yes.
And
This
this
is
is great.
And this is what I'm saying. This is how black American women. I tried to show some pictures where it's just normal everyday women, but I'm like, this is a normal. I remember this style. This was in the 80s and 90s. The asymmetrical. I wanted to make sure I bring somebody up. I think I had salt and pepper, but I forgot to download that one.
Uh,
But salt and pepper, they wore a style like this. If y'all ever look it up, salt and pepper was rocking their hair like that.
I remember. I remember. I do. I do remember the asymmetrical with salt and pepper. I remember that.
Yeah. Y'all
And
remember
then,
that look? I meant to bring that up. I kind of missed the clip. It's in there.
oh,
I'll show it another time. But yeah, I looked at that style and I'm like, this chick is when we always wore the same styles. It was like we innovated no matter whether we were celebrities or just regular people representing every day, or if we did something just off the wall. This was Patti LaBelle. And if you look at it, she had her hair frozen and ironed up. But remember those frozen curls that the girls would wear? This when we was perming and doing all kinds of stuff. And if you didn't treat this stuff, this sucker would take your hair out. But a lot of women, if they took good care of their hair, it was fine. But it was just, I was just laughing because my girlfriend wore like her frozen curls. It was pretty much the process that Patty went through. And she didn't take care of it and broke off. But of course, she just shaved it down and dyed it blonde. And it looked really nice until she grew it back in. But like I said, trial and error as black women, we always just made sure we innovated all the time. So when I hear people say, oh, y'all shouldn't do this or y'all shouldn't do that or y'all spend too much money on your hair, we've always made sure we represented with our hair. It's nothing going to stop or change with that. That's just who we are as black women. That's just who we are. Hey, Chad, Patty, rock those hairdos. Yes, she did. Lute had her own vision. MC Light wore it before Salt and Pepper. Yup, the asymmetrical. You see all of those styles, all of those things that we did. Yup, 70s films. And I was just basically showing it. So I'm like, as Black American, hey, Miss D. Hey, everyone. Thanks for subscribing. Make sure y'all share. We got to get up here and just keep getting our information. The main thing I want us to know as Black American women is how to recognize ourselves, how to represent ourselves. Again, like I was saying, Kay, how to just do for ourselves and protect our peace. Miss D said the French roll.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
The French roll. I
Yeah,
remember
that's what
that.
I was talking about earlier. The French roll was very popular in the '90s.
Hmm.
Everybody.
I gotta make sure and bring some more out. So I'm gonna do this again because I just want to just let us remember when, since Black American women were not prideful of how we presented ourselves as women. I just wanted to show you 2K like some of the styles that we do with our little girls. You know, that's what I saw, just a few, because I didn't bring up too many. I wanted to be more so around women. But when I was looking at the little girls, I was laughing because those are some of the styles like this one that I would rock on my little girl. And these are the little, this is what I would see with my cousins and our daughters and stuff like this. This would be around my daughter's age because by that time they was doing like the hearts in the middle. Or I would definitely, we would see little girls with their hair ballies. I had every, I don't know if anybody else has a little girl, but them goddamn cans, cookie cans full of ballies, beads, barrettes. I was constantly making sure her hair was done and up to par. Now she does the same thing as she's a woman. And now with them, they wear the lace fronts and stuff. And under that lace front, her hair is long. I think I showed you a picture of her hair, but she does a protective style because now my daughter's walking around with platinum blonde on her head. She didn't want to dye, so she wants to do something different. And then you might see her one time in this red. I don't know why, because a lot of, you said a lot of Caribbean women do it, but I think with our younger girls now, they do that because they want to just have versatility and they don't want the heat damage and the wear and tear on their own hair. And then when she gets tired of wearing that, she braids it, and then when she wants to wear her own hair, she wears her own hair. You know, but it's basically set in style. The hair almost matches the outfit. That's what they do. Yeah, we collected them too. Tina Turner hairdos. I gotta bring those up. I was trying to bring them up. Worldviews. It was so many in here. It was off the chain, and I was like, it took me a couple hours because I'm like, oh my gosh. So I was trying to condense it, but it would have been hours just flipping through hairstyles. It was just so much. But I said, it ain't no way, Black American woman, all of a sudden, we don't know how to maintain our hygiene and our hair and our, just stuff like that. We're too good at it. We're good at it. Whether it's natural, however we do it, we're very good at it. We've been always taught how to make sure that we keep our crown always up to par. So I'm like, why all of a sudden will we get all out of whack? You understand what I'm saying, Kay? That just it wouldn't seem like us as women. I'm saying that we all have our moments. I'm not saying that, but why all of a sudden will we get just out of whack and just trifling? I don't see that for us as Black women. That's not how we rock. I think if you were doing it then, you kind of maintain that essence. Do some of us, like I said, have rough moments? God knows I have, when my hair sticks straight up on top of my head. But when we go out in general, as Black women, you gonna make sure your stuff is lied, dyed, and laid to the side, or it's gonna rock in the best formation to represent you as a Black woman. That was my whole premise on this. Black American women have always been pushed to have pride and in our hair. And I think we get criticized a lot. We're always analyzed. So what's up, Kay? So I just basically wanted to show the hair and talk about the hair. So I wanted to switch up a little bit. And I will do this again. There will be a part two and probably a part three because god dang, you should have seen how many hairstyles I was going through. And hair products, we're gonna do something on that. Hairstyles, hair products, or do you remember this? So I want to kind of like have fun with it, but it was like, good lord, it was like going through a lot of those pictures. I was clipping for days, and some of them I had to take out. It was that many.
Yeah. I remember seeing a lot of these images when I was I think around 12, 13 years old. And
Hmm.
one of my, the father, one of my friends, he went and he had this room that he went and pasted all of these. I remember I used to go in there, stare at it. It was so awesome. And he had gone through all these magazines and put up all of these pictures of black women with the afros and everything. And this place got torn down, but it was so he was an artist. He could draw by hand. It was really beautiful, and he had a really beautiful voice. Like where we pray 5 times a day because he was Muslim, Black American Muslim, and so
Mhm.
we have to call to prayer. Before we say the prayers, particularly like if you live in a Muslim country, and he was singing so beautifully. We used to love hearing him say it. But he was an artist, and he went one time took all these magazine clippings, and it was just of all black women and just had the
Mhm.
whole room full of they were all pasted up on the wall. It's beautiful. I never forgot. That must have been about 12, 13 when I saw it. I remember it to this day. And I think that if we go back through those vintage magazines, we will see tons of images of us, particularly like Ebony and Essence. I'm talking about like 60s and 70s. Um,
That's what I want to do. I saw something with Jet. I saw something with Ebony, but I didn't like really pull those. So what I do is I get an archive. So sometimes I might show a few hairstyles to show this is us. So it'd be something because it's just so many. Like when you're going through our history, I couldn't believe it's like, damn, our hair was like history in some sense. Everything we do is like a historical trend setting factor. But like how you were saying, our hair is like history when you look at it. It's historical as well as it's past, present, and
you know,
future.
a couple of weeks ago, I came across this sister who travels. And she kind of saved us some money, decided to travel, around the world. I don't, she didn't save up a whole lot of money, but she saved up and she encourages black women to travel. But she said something that
Mhm.
was interesting, and she was talking about how she felt like, when she decided to travel, that she put down pretty much like the mantle of black excellence, because she felt like black excellence, the counterpart was white supremacy. So like you as a black person, you always feel this need to do better, to excel, to do excellence, because you have to be in competition with white people, or you may need to do it to.
Mhm. Oop, they dropped off. 1 second, Kay. I'm gonna drop the link. 1 second, y'all. Kay dropped off. Yeah, but as Black American women, we always have to. You always have to go a step above. Some of these styles we couldn't wear. I think I'm not sure if we could wear the afro. Oh, there it is.
Can you hear me?
Yep, got
Okay, I
you.
think I dropped. Okay. Yeah, so she was talking about how she felt like when she traveled, she could get away from that pressure of black excellence, right? Now, me, I thought like, well, I think that black excellence is great. I think that's why we are where we are today, and why we have the global fame that we have, and we wouldn't have had it without that,
Hmm.
that desire for black excellence. So I don't think it's just a matter of it being a counterpart of white racism. I understood what she was saying to that about that, but I think it's something much more than that. It's a sense of black pride. But
Right.
now like and she was saying that she was talking about the reason part of the reason she was able to travel and to live her lifestyle because she was unmarried with kids, right? And she said that also when she decided to give up her her 9 to 5 job, she was able to go
Hmm.
stay with her parents for a while because her parents were still alive and married, right? But that got me to thinking when she was talking about black excellence. Like now when I'm thinking back on it, I'm wondering if she might be black American, because I don't think Black Americans have a problem with Black excellence. We have a pride in Black excellence. You know what I
We
mean?
do. We
Right.
should. We should. We should as Black Americans. I think a lot of people are having a problem that we have a pride in Black excellence because they expect us as Black women to or Black people in particular, but especially I feel like Black women to like I don't know, like we're supposed to walk with our head down. And I'm looking at a lot of these styles, and I wonder when you look at it, because I'm gonna show some with different raps too, how we do it as Black American women, because we're gonna have to learn how to do all of that, make sure because it's like when they look at us, when you look at a woman walking around with a look like this, and she could have a ton on her mind, and she's looking like this and wearing her hair like this. I guess that's what gives off the aspect that we think we're above and beyond.
Well, you know something I heard. There was a white man who put a post one time, and he said that he and his white mother agreed that black women looked the best. Like black women had to have best hair and the best hairstyles. And he
Mm-hmm.
kind of blown away by it. Like when black women did the braids and the architecture, that's what he described with the architecture of the braids. He thought that was awesome. But he said that he and his brother both agreed that black women look the best. Like when they step outside their home, they're really together and their hair's together, they look the best. And then
Mm-hmm.
other white guy, sister that was dating a white guy, she said that her white boyfriend told her that black women had incredible, like high self esteem. He said he noticed that about black women, like when he would see them out walking about, going about their business. And he said like black women have very high self esteem. And I even heard that white comedian say the same thing. He was talking about like, you know, matter of fact, I heard a couple of white guys say that they're like, they felt like when they dated white women were very insecure. Some that they dated, but when they dated black women, they was like they just like like they were the opposite. Like they were perfectly comfortable like walking around the house, walking around him with very little clothing. As he said with the white women, he didn't feel like they were comfortable with that. He would be uncomfortable walking around
Kind of
like
muffly.
underwear. I'm sorry, they would be uncomfortable walking around in underwear. He said that he felt like his white girlfriends, they would be uncomfortable walking around nude or in underwear with him. But then he
Mm-hmm.
knows when he was dating black women, they could care less. They're very perfectly
Really?
comfortable in their bodies. Yeah, that's what he said.
Black women didn't like to cover up our bodies.
No, he's saying like say you're with your boyfriend at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he's a white guy, so say if he's dating a white girl, she
Mm-hmm.
would not feel comfortable walking around nude around him. She would feel like, she felt like she would be hyper focused on certain things about her body that she thought were imperfect. Whereas when he was dating a black girl and, say they're at home together and she happens to be walking around nude, like say, changing clothes, whatever, she wouldn't care. He knows that she wouldn't be insecure. you know,
Really?
uh,
Hmm.
yeah, that's what he said. As a matter of fact, a couple of them said that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Were they dating black American women?
They didn't say. I don't know if they even made a distinction at that time. This is a couple of years back when I saw this.
Oh, okay. It's strange because sometimes black American women, I guess we could be if that's your boyfriend, your
Uh-huh.
man. You may not feel that way. But I always wonder because black American women to me always seem like, I don't know, maybe it's me. I will seem sometimes subconscious or like, you know, just scary. Not scary, unless I guess if it was your man, then you would walk around like that. I don't know. That is a thought. Because a lot of us as black women, we kind of particular on how we and what type of white man he is and how we date. But he could have a point if she's super comfortable and that's
Uh-huh.
her man. Yeah, we would probably do that. But a lot of times, black American women tend to have this. I don't know. I seem like we kind of modest to me, like because everybody's so skeptical on our body or whatever. But yeah, probably if we home, we probably would walk around like that. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, we would. Especially if it's our dude. We would walk around like that. That's deep. But he said that we tend to have that confidence.
Yeah, that's what he
Like,
was saying. That high level, at high levels of high self esteem, high levels of confidence. He was just saying that he would he was telling his black girlfriend this, but he was just saying that's what he noticed about black women, like his observation, just watching black women as they walk down the street, like they walk with their heads up, they walk with this strength and confidence.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Maybe that's why that's why they told us. So my mom said when she was younger, they told them when she was coming up in school, never walk with your head down, walk with your head up. And she was
Right.
taught that. She said and they was always taught to make sure their hair was done, their clothes was clean, walk with your shoulders back. It was a way that they made them sit when they were younger, sit a certain way because of your posture. Never hold your head down so you could see what's in front of you and make sure you hold it up with pride. This is my mom said she was taught when she was little, and it was something they was taught in school. So you might have a point on that. But I feel like sometimes we always get bombarded with so much stuff as black women. Like, why y'all spend so much money on your hair? Why you spend so much money on your nails? As you can see, um, Fantasia got on them hoop earrings, timeless, and that mushroom hairstyle, timeless. And it was like, or you we spend this much on your makeup. And I always wonder, why are they so interested in those things? Hey, Sheena. Hey, Somali. Why are so many people, especially
What I think it
our men, why are
was
they
primarily,
so fixated on it?
I'm gonna what I think it is because I remember when I was in my 20s in the 90s, my aunt said something. She said, like they criticize black women's hair and stuff. And she said, well, are you jealous, right? And over the years, I would hear a black woman here and there say the same jealous. And I would think that's weird. Why would men be jealous of women, makeup? I didn't understand it, right? And I can understand sometimes maybe the jealous are caused about, over reliance on the cos, the fake nails, fake hair, whatever,
Mhm.
right? But now I think about what my aunt said, well, why are you concerned about it? Are you jealous? I think what it is that they feel that when you're a woman, okay, and you say you're a dark skinned sister, there's a certain type of racism that goes in this country, against black people, and even more so when you're dark skinned. But I think they see that when we're wearing the makeup and all this other stuff, they look at it as escapism, that we're able to escape our blackness. We don't think of it that way, but to me, that's what they're thinking, that we can beautify ourselves with all this other stuff, and that it gives us some amount of escapism from blackness. And you see how they are, that they try to escape blackness by being anything that's not black. They don't care what it looks like because they
Mm.
just they like one brother said that they kind of walk around as if their black skin is a prison suit.
Hmm. So do you think black women represent in some sense that freedom, that escape to say this is
So
who
I
we are?
think black women are just being women, period. But black
That's
men
what I think.
perception is that you get to escape blackness by because you like for instance, if he's black and dark skin with Afrocentric features, right? The most he does is probably get a haircut, but now he's still gotta wear his black skin and his Afrocentric features and his Afrocentric hair, right? But he
Right.
looks at you have the same dark skin, Afrocentric feature, Afrocentric hair texture, but now you can go and straighten your hair. You can curl it. You can perm it. You can lengthen it with extensions, or you can wear it short, or you can put on makeup, or you can wear, all these different types of clothing and shoes. So he feels that it's giving you other dimensions of ways to not just be a basic black person where he probably feels that he's stuck being a basic black person, which is why whenever he gets some money, he feels like he has to go get something that doesn't look like him because he's really trying to escape his blackness. And black women really don't think that way because for the most part, many of us are not trying to escape our blackness. We tend to have more black pride than they do. But I did believe that's why they perceive it that way, and that's why they're always attacking us about it because it really is a jealousy. It's a jealousy that they have, and that they feel that you can use cosmetics and fashion to escape your blackness. I think that's really the way they see it.
Hmm. That may be a thought. Might be a thought.
And
Because
why
I
do you
never
think they're
seen
attacking?
people
Because I
focused on.
don't think it has anything to do with the fake hair wigs, because they're doing the same thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, they like to put that stuff on, and then that's what Cynthia G was saying about Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson talk all that smack about wear your natural hair, stop wearing all that makeup. But the woman that came up in that congregation accusing him of having been that he was with her and he was trying to ghost her. She was wearing weave and she was wearing makeup.
Hmm. No
So
way.
they don't have the problem. They act as if they have a problem with you wearing weave and makeup, but then you see that they run around with women that have that type of hair texture, right? So why
Mm.
are you gonna have a problem with me wearing a weave with the Eurocentric hair texture when I turn around and I see that you're running after women that have Eurocentric hair texture?
Right.
So I'm not gonna believe that you have a problem with the weave. You can claim it, but I'm gonna believe that's not what's going on. That you're using that as a smokescreen. That there's another reason, a deeper reason why you're attacking me. It's not about the weave and the makeup. It's something else.
Hmm. Hmm. And I was basically saying that because as black women, I'm like, God dang. we don't get a break.
I
And like,
think they're jealous that you're born a woman and they weren't. And see, if they want the attention that you get, they're gonna have to cross over to that GLBT side, and I
mm,
think that's where that vitriol comes out there. And I think that's why when you see those men that do go over there, they don't act like white men. Like white men really don't go into the GLBT community and try to compete against women, right?
mm,
Not so much. Like now you'll see the ones that do it with the trans athletes, but you really never saw white men do that from that community. Like if you look at white men from the GLBT community, you never saw them behave in a way like as if they're in competition with their own women. Those trans athletes, that's the first time I see white men do that, where they
mm,
try to compete against women. So that tells you something else is going on with them. That's not a GLBT thing. That has nothing to do with the gay community. Those men wanted to compete against women. They want to go into women. Somebody just banned. I just saw that today on a post. One of these states banned trans athletes from women's sports. God bless. But yeah, that's the only time I see women do it. But black men, since the beginning of social media, the ones who are over in that GLBT community, particularly ones that are like cross dressing and trans, they go out of their way to come online to attack black women.
mhm,
Okay, so that tells me that okay, they're in a GLBT, they're in that community. This is
mm,
we're in this country, right, United States, that allows gay homosexuality. You don't see that other countries don't allow it. Okay, a lot of these traditional countries, you can't openly be gay like that. You can't have no open gay community that or laws that protect gay people like that. Just doesn't happen in much of the world.
the
So
lady to hold up, the lady to the right, that's World, and the lady in the picture, that's an actress. Her name is Judy Pace, I think. Y'all got to look it up, but she's a Black American lay actress from the 70s. But go
okay.
ahead, Kat. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying that they'll be in a GLBT community that is accepted in the United States. They even have protections, right? So you
Mhm.
think that these brothers would just go over to that community and just be fine in that community, be comfortable, right? But you notice they'll get in that community, and when they get behind that community, they act as if that community, the GLBT community, is a shield. And once they get behind that shield, that's when they really become very vitriolic against black straight women. That's when they start taking rocks and throwing it at you, and you're like, "Well, hold up, you're in that community over there. Why are you throwing rocks at me?" That tells me that even though they may go over there, they may be effeminate, they may be trans, and they may dress up like women or whatever, they're still jealous of you. So what is the jealousy? They're over there supposedly living as a woman. So what are they attacking you over here as a straight black woman? You have nothing to do with the GLBT community. So the only thing that I can come up with is that they're jealous that you're born a woman. They
Hmm.
really feel like you're being a woman helps you to escape blackness in some way.
Hmm. That's a different perspective because I noticed that people, men, even men who are of Caucasian or Asian, they tend to, when they are imitating women, they tend to imitate us as Black American women. That is odd that you would say that. But like I was saying, to me, Black American women, throughout everything, we still have to, like, I don't know, we find the resilience to hold our head up high. And I'm looking at the way we represent and how we're looking,
Hmm.
the way we represent and how we look with our hair. And I remember when Monique went off about how women were wearing bonnets, and I'm not sure because I wore it too as a Black woman. I would go out, but I wouldn't do it too often.
Right.
And that was a point that where she saw it, she was like, and I kind of appreciated it. Was different viewpoints on what Monique had said,
Oh, but
but
Cynthia G said the same thing. Cynthia G said when you step outside, you should be top notch because
yeah, and
stuff.
that's like, what was we doing? I think we were probably, and I'm pretty sure it was the other ones who were, the cosplayers who was doing their
Right,
stuff. But I can honestly say some of us probably did it too, because I
right.
did, and maybe it was during the time period. If you look at it,
Mm-hmm.
was do y'all think it was during the time that we had we was on the lockdown, the shutdown, and was it like probably a mode of like
No, 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 no. This was going on way before then.
way
This
before?
they were already complaining about that. I think it was women who had, for most of what I can see, it was women that had kids, and maybe they would just do it like before they drop the kids off. But the thing is, they went overboard. To the extent that the school district or the
Yeah,
school
was saying
staff
do something.
changed the rules and said, no, you can no longer come up to the school dressed like this because they weren't just doing bonnets, you guys. these women were coming in with bonnets and their house robes and their slippers. It's still
No, that ain't
that
Black
was
American. That ain't
yeah
Black
that.
American. I was wondering if we were doing it as Black American women. Did we do it? Because I remember, what's her name?
But some of these people like they was like up out of the projects or the hood. So
Yeah, because I
sometimes that's
remember Tammy, off of Basketball Wives. She said I may go to the gas station and put it on or whatever like that. But majority of the times, if you seen Tammy from Basketball Wives or Black women, they will wear their hair, appropriately.
but see what
So
she said. She put on a bonnet. She didn't have on slippers and a house robe and stuff like that.
no,
She
no.
just put on one single item. So that's okay to me that you just put on the bonnet. You said I'm gonna run some quick
Yeah, she
utilitarian,
would be going to the gas station
errand,
quick,
right?
put
Going
some
to the
gas
grocery
in the car
store,
and just
dropping off the kids. But you should be see. You have some sisters, right? They may put on the bonnet and drop the kids off out school. But what I saw was that the women they weren't even in the car. They were walking up to the school building with
mhm.
the bonnet and the house robe and the house slippers. I kid you not.
uh, and I wondered because I was like, okay, I was going through something for myself personally. I ain't gonna lie. I was going through something personally, but as a collective, I didn't see it. But I can honestly say for me,
Hmm.
when I was walking around like that, my hair probably wasn't done or was done or whatever. I just didn't feel like, doing whatever. So it was a moment for me. I'm speaking for me personally. I was feeling some type of way. I was going through like a light depression. So I noticed that Monique had saw that if you're depressed or whatever, do your hair. And she was correct. Just
Right.
in that moment when I listened
Yeah.
to her, it was like snapping me back to reality. Like, bitch,
Yeah.
go and get your hair done. You know you don't supposed to be working because right then and there, even though it didn't take away the problems, it put me back on focus to say, okay, that was just for me because every woman is different. So even if you do your hair and you have to wrap it up, that's fine. But my cousin, who was a hairstylist, was like, fine, you can wrap it up because sometimes or you put it up. But as Black American women, you should never not make sure that your crown is at its finest and healthiest. She said that's the first thing because style and everything, that's one thing you can transcend. But she said, make sure your hair is always healthy because your hair is like it is the crown and the top seal of your body. Make sure your hair is appropriately because it helps with your skin because your hair follicles reach down into your facial. You know what I'm saying? All of those things connect. And I remember her saying that, and I remember like if I would let my hair go for a moment, I would notice that my hair would like I would get a headache because I suffer from migraines. But the moment, hey Angela, that I would go and get it done, I felt lightened. I felt more like I could think. It was like those negative thoughts and energy. It was
Hmm.
washed out. It was like I could focus. It's real weird. That's me as a woman. So
Yeah.
I
Yes.
can't function if my shit ain't done. I have to have my hair done. My nails gotta be done. My toes. That's me as a woman. Every woman has their niche, but that makes me feel feminine. It makes me feel put together, and it just gives me that sense of pride. And of course, everybody's hygiene is different. But I know as Black American women, those things I say, take care of your body, your skin, what you eat, your hair. So I would say, even if you don't wear it out, you may have it like tied up because I love wearing the Afrocentric scarves because I like to tie it all kinds of crazy ways. And my cousin said sometimes you want to wear that look because I like that exotic look. I like to just do strange shit. But she said, even in that, don't just put it on because your hair ain't done. Be doing it because you just want to have that different sense of style. So what I'm saying is if you weren't doing it before, make sure you get into it now. Take care of yourself inside and out and make sure you take care of your crown. But yeah, I know for me with the bonnet thing, I was depressed. I slept that shit on. I ain't give a damn. And when she went to comb it out, because you saw my length, I showed it to you. Girl, I'm tender headed too. And she knew when I said I'm so sorry, I didn't want to comb it and I let it just if you see my length, I showed it to you, okay. You let that stuff just sit there and don't comb it, my hair tangled clean up on top of my head. And it was like a sheer depression. And she took her time and combed it out and she just talked with me, but it was a lot. And I was wondering during that time if it was Black American women who were doing it. Was that a sense of like we was going through the lockdowns or whatever and depressed because I didn't know too many women outside of myself who did do it like that. I was
Hmm.
depressed for me. My hair is natural. Yeah, a lot of Black American women hair is natural. Her hair right here is natural in this picture. It's naturally blowed out and just curled with no chemicals. And a lot of us wear that, whether you wear it just in a natural form that it's in, or you just blow it out and put heat to it. It's still natural. Kay, did you fall asleep? Kay is tired. Everybody is working
I'm,
9 to 5.
I mean, yeah, I'm listening to you.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. Just make sure you keep up with yourself. Those things make you feel good.
It makes a
Even
difference. Yeah,
it
and you
makes
know,
a
because
big
it gets
difference.
those spirits. There's different kinds of bad spirits, right? It's not just
Mhm.
like one type of evil spirit. There's different kind of bad spirits, but there's spirit. Those spirits they feed off negative energy. So you got spirits that will feed off of depression. You know that type of energy that comes from depression. And if you don't do some little thing like Trina said to help you come out of it, it gets worse. It's like those demons they feed on it, and you know it gets worse. It doesn't get better. You have to pull yourself out of it. You have to do something to help yourself pull out of it. And it does make a difference. Like even for me to get up and take a hot shower, because sometimes it's like, okay, well, I didn't do much anything. I just stayed in the house. You know, do I really need to take a shower? And I'll go ahead and make myself take one. Because sometimes I'm like, okay, well, maybe I should go for a walk and then take one. But I notice if I start my day with a fresh shower, as soon as that hot water hits me and I start scrubbing with the soap and getting off, it feels such a difference. I'm always glad I do it. I never regret taking a shower. I'm always
Mm.
glad but even that, it feels like you're washing away, energy
All
instead of,
that bad energy, it feels good. Whether
yeah, like
and
pull you
get
down. It's
yourself.
like, don't
If
do
you
it. Go back to bed.
Yeah, and if you can take a nice hot shower, let it run on you, or you could take you a bath. Get your favorite product if you have something that you like that makes you feel a certain way. I mean, every woman is different,
Mhm.
but whatever you do, my
Well, I
whole
like to
thing,
use bath gloves. I love to wear that scrubbing.
whatever
It's
you love to
that.
use.
Yeah.
Pamper yourself as a woman. Make sure your hygiene is on par, and just take that time. And sometimes I used to like to sit in the bathroom and light one of them candles and sit on the side and just sit in the tub and just soak and just. And since we got the house redone, I ain't been able to do that. I love to just sit in there and just sit back and relax.
Mhm.
Whatever you do, just do whatever you have to do to elevate yourself as a woman. But when I look at, like I said, our crowns, our hair, I'm like, as Black American women, now I see in some sense what Monique was saying. We're not brought up like that. We are always stressed to make sure we take care of ourselves, from the top of our head to the sole of our feet, whatever religions or whatever we may represent. Our culture still remains the same. And never forget that, even when you do tie it up, or whether you have it like in a scarf, because I got a whole heap of scarves, okay, and I like to just sometimes just tie it up because I just like wearing it like a retro look, just changing it up some. But she said, even in that, make sure you still take care of your crown, because all of those things just help, as a woman. Every woman has their own niche, but whatever you do, represent your best as a woman. And I don't care how bad things get, make sure your hygiene from the top of your head to the sole of your feet is always on par. We should never be walking around having any type of body odors that's going to knock somebody from here to next week. And make sure you take that inner portion of you and make sure it's clean as well. And make sure that down portion, where it's at, that heaven, as Umar Johnson talks about, make sure that she is healthy. Make sure you're just healthy all around as a Black woman. And I'm looking at this, like I said, and I was like, dang, as Black women, we really, really do elevate, no matter what state or whatever we may be going through. This just shows me that throughout everything that we go through in America, we still shine. And that's what I love. That's what I love about being a Black woman and being a trendsetter. This is just one of many things that we do. Our hair is like the center stage. Our hair, our skin, how we dress is always center stage. And I just love it. I love it. And now it's like this is something that I will always have pride in, and I hope we never lose it. And I hope we continue to teach our daughters to be the same way. It's not vanity, it's pride.
But we
It's
got to
pride.
gatekeep it too, because you see how people trying to come from it and trying to claim it. Go
Yes.
way back to Africa and claim a tribal man who had his natural hair grown out. That was an afro. I was like, honey, that wasn't an afro. That's just his natural hair coat. It wasn't even styled like an afro.
No. And they do. And it's like they try to claim. And I'm like, I've never seen no Africans in Africa looking like us like this. I've never
Like,
seen.
always hit up National Geographics and you won't see
Yeah,
that.
I've never seen no Africans. I ain't never seen no African looking like this. I never saw it. I never saw an African looking like this. This is us. I
Yeah.
never saw an African looking like this. Where
That's
are
why
they looking like this in
that's why
Africa?
you have to gatekeep black, because when you're telling these people that they're black, do they think that they can attach themselves to your culture? I
They're
think
not black. That's why I said don't give them black.
Mhm.
They are just what they are, Africans, Caribbeans.
Yeah, because same thing applies to you as a black American. You go as a black American, marry another black American, have a child, right? Say your child, y'all was in the armed forces, and your child was born in Germany. Your child's, it's going to just say you're an American citizen brought aboard, a black American that was born in Germany. That's it. You don't get any German kind of thing attached to your name. You're just a black American born in Germany. That's it.
Exactly.
That applies to anywhere you go in the world. You're going to be a black American. Go to Australia, you're black American. You don't change up your ethnicity or your nationality. You still
Yeah,
are ethnically black, and nationally, your nationality is American. That does not change. And I
exactly.
think we need to start doing a distinction between people who are American by ethnicity and then people who are American by citizenship. I think we really
Mm-hmm.
start doing that as Americans.
Definitely. I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't see no Africans in Africa looking like this. I'm just saying. This is what she's 50 something years old. I didn't see no Africans looking like this. I'm just saying. I'm just going through the pictures, but continue. Yeah, I think we should.
What did you think about that picture?
Looking like
You
this.
guys, I sent. I was looking at a magazine about interior design and architecture. I don't know if you guys know this magazine. It's called Architectural Digest, and it's been one of my favorite magazines since I was in my teens. And for the first time, I was flipping through the magazine, and I saw that this ad, and it was for a company that does like wallpapers and upholstery, like upholstery fabrics, like for high end furniture, like because when people do like wealthy people, they don't go to the furniture stores and buy furniture, right? Not unless it's something that's antique. What they do is that they hire an interior designer, and they have their furniture custom made, and then they also pick out the fabrics and the wallpapers and anything like that. So that's what this company is. And usually when they do the ads, they would show furniture, they would show wallpaper, they'll show the upholstery fabric. A lot of times they don't even have people in their ads, right? Because the focus is on the interior design and the fabric and the wallpaper, stuff like that. So they really don't have a lot of people in their ads. So I was looking through this magazine, and if something caught my attention, I went back and looked at it. I said, I know I didn't see what I just thought I saw.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like Tweety Bird, right? I just thought, I think I caught a
Oh,
kitty
that
cat.
picture that you showed me. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was deep.
And
Why
oh,
does
that was
everything
huge,
they get
honey.
a
This is
hold
really
of it gets smutty
that was she
if you're paying attention?
for sure. Yeah, it's her face so well.
Yeah, this is in the 20s.
Yeah, I
Look
can
at
see
this,
why these African men be chasing after Black American sisters. I can see it.
and
But
this is in the
anyway, that
19.
picture, yeah, you saw how they have her Trina, big dark skinned sister, and she's not Black American. You see her face, she's not Black
No, she
American.
not.
And then all that hair, I was like, what is that stuff? What is she supposed to be, a damn mermaid? Oh, it was awful. I don't know what the
Nonsense.
hell was going. I'm like, why would she allow them to degrade her like that? I ain't never known to have people in pictures like that. And I've been seeing
Never.
this company's ads for decades, and I've never seen them do nothing like that. So what the hell was this?
No. And that's
Degrade?
why when I started looking back, I said they're just emulating stuff, and when they do it, it always turns into straight smut. It
You
turns
think?
into something so nasty, nasty, and what
Look
did
like
he say? Hedonistic, very nasty and hedonistic.
look at all these sisters you showing through the decades. You don't see nothing that looks like smut. Nothing.
No, nothing looks like smut. And I just skate through some of the pictures. I didn't see no hairstyle like this in Africa. No, and no, I definitely didn't see this in no Africa. Where we see this in Africa? And I'm looking to the right. This was us as young girls. Where's this at? This was in the 70s. Where's this at? Where's this African girl at? That's why I said, why did we get that term African American? I want to drop that term so bad, and we need to push it. This is a Black American, not an
You know what I
African.
did, Trina? I would say if you see a form and it says African American, you cross it out and you write in big capital letters above it, Black American. They already
Black
told you
American.
that article that they talked about where they were surprised that so many Black Americans crossed out African American and they put
Hmm.
Black American, FBA, Adolf, Freeman, etc.
Hmm.
What was it, like 17 million?
Yes, and it probably was more than that. I don't see no African
Mm-hmm.
with this, but y'all remember this, the Jerry curl. But Debbie Allen's hair was naturally curly and pretty by itself to a degree, I think. I think that
Mm-hmm.
was her natural. Janet Jackson. I didn't see no Africans wearing this. And you see them hoop earrings. And they'll say, oh, Africans. Where is this influenced by Africans? I don't
Say
see
that
this
again.
in Africa. They'll say that this is influenced in Africa. I don't see no styles like this in Africa. I don't. Where do we see stuff like this in Africa? Anybody can find it? Where do we see this in Africa? Jill Scott. Where do we see these in Africa? I don't see none of these styles in Africa. Down to our babies. I don't see none of these styles in Africa. Even when we wearing this short and pink, this is in Africa. I never saw none of this in Africa. These styles we rocked, whether it was during my mom's time, all the way up until now, timeless hairstyles. And that's when I started going through it. I'm like, we are definitely not African in any way, fashion, or form. And these two women you see in this time period, when you look to your right, you see Madam C.J. Walker. This woman and Madam C.J. Walker from the same time period. Where are we African? This is showing more and more we are not African in any way, fashion, or form. We are not African. I don't see this in Africa. This is not African. We need to abolish the term and fight against it heavily as Black American women. Our braiding styles don't come from them. Nothing that I seen, and I went through it, and I only touched the tap. What from the 1920s that's influenced from them? Look at them in the 1920s and look at Black Americans. We didn't dress alike, look alike, none of it. None of it. Even when they were had us enslaved, we had on suits and top hats. You seen that on BSIH channels. No, we are not African in any way, fashion, or form. Not at all. And these are things that we need to fight against as Black Americans. As you look through your historical um, context, our hair is historical, it's transcendent. Some things, some styles are timeless. I can't see anything where we say, oh, we're African. We are Black Americans, descendants of United States chattel slavery. And even and then, we still had a different look and an aura about us. None of my grandparents ever talked about having African parents. None. None, Sheena. None. We are not African. None. And this is proof. This is proof. This is the history that they want. This is what we
Mm-hmm.
pass on to them when we include them in black. When we include them in black. This is why they want to cloak themselves in black, to be trifling and degenerate. That's why we can't even give them the title of black. Call them what they are, their ethnic group. We have a lot of work to do, and it's a lot of training that we got to do. And every time you give them black, even when you call them Black immigrants, you're giving them your identity. You're giving them the very essence of who you are as a Black woman. Stop calling them Black. They're not called Black in their country, and they should not be called Black here. Call them where they come from. It's no shame. You're Jamaican. You're Nigerian. You're a Haitian. You're from Trinidad. Wherever they're from, call them the place that they're from or the tribe that they represent. But every time you call them Black, you give them your identity. This is what they want. But I have not seen not one Black or a woman walking around with no bone in her nose and no loincloth on. That's probably how they dressed in their time. And I'm looking at stuff when we were in our 80s and 90s. And you saw in the 20s, what African was dressing like that in Africa? I'm just saying, when you give them your identity and you say, oh, black immigrants, you let them cloak yourself in your very history and your very essence. And we have to train ourselves. I have to train myself. I slip up sometimes, I can understand. But black is not a skin color, it's an ethnic group. Do not turn from Pan-Africanism. Many of us never practiced that shit and turn it into blackism. This very essence of us as a woman, you give them your womanhood. This is what you give them. And then they turn it to smut, hedonistic nature. And then, like Megan was saying, we get dragged for filth when they do dumb stuff. Stop giving them black. Train yourself. It's going to be hard, but train yourself, because we did it. Now we have to undo it. And not only undo it, fight for our identity as Black American women. And I talked about that. Yes, I feel like, and I know it's like, and I feel like as Black American women, it should be like, Black American women only come from Black American women. That's the way I feel. Sorry. It's not nothing to be given up lightly. How can a white woman teach a Black woman how to be a Black woman? Black women only come from Black women. So I get very offended when some say, oh no, well, a Black woman can come from a white woman. Well, how come a Black woman can't come from a white woman? You understand what I'm saying? Can a Hispanic woman give birth to a Black woman? But they can give birth to us because of that one drop bullshit. But when that's because they may lay up with the man in our group or outside of our group who want to act like he's a part of our group, and everybody gets to be Black. This is what other women want. And I feel like as Black women, we have every right. And this is a separate fight. And I feel like as Black American women, we need to fight for our identity as Black women. Just because you have a baby with a man in our ethnic group, I don't give a fuck shit or damn. Pardon my French. Your child is not Black, and it should not be Black. I don't care what he or she calls themselves. We get invaded as Black women, especially when they have girl children by these women. They come with a vitriol towards us. And that's another fight for another day. And I'm working behind the scenes on that one because it's not fair. When a white woman has a child by a man in our ethnic group, that child gets to call itself Black. But when you have a child with another man from another ethnic group, do your child get to call itself white or Hispanic? Notice how it slickly gets rid of us, but their identity is protected by the men in their group. Pay close attention. They get to keep their womanhood. They get to keep their womanhood, their motherhood. Think about it. Think about it. And I'm speaking to the ones who control. That's what I'm saying. How do you get to lay up with a dude that's melanated and your child is Black? This is what happens. This is the erasure of what Black men in our community have done. Not the ones now, the ones before, who gave away our identity. Now, as Black women, you have to fight for your own particular identity. A white woman's identity is protected no matter who she lays with. A Hispanic woman's identity is protected no matter who she lays with. An Asian woman's identity is protected no matter who she lays with. But all of a sudden, if these women lay with someone who may be from African, Caribbean, or even Black American descent, their child becomes Black? As Black American women, especially if it's a female, we need to fight against that. And we have every right. And start talking outside of this. We have to protect our own identity. It's like they're trying to erase us as Black women. Our identity is not protected. This is our style. This is our look. We're constantly judged, beaten down, criticized. Yeah, I'm bringing it all up. Even down to the way we wear our hair. We have no protection. As Malcolm X said, the most disrespected, unprotected woman is the Black American woman, not an African woman, not a Caribbean woman, a Black American woman. So I want you to think about that. Think about that long and hard on how we need to protect our identity and take it to the congressional floor, take it to the Senate, start innovating our ideas as black women, because even though we are in an ethnic group, it's like, yeah, we're in this ethnic group, but it's like we also have two separate identities. In some sense it is, yes, exactly. Not Hispanic women, they get to have, everybody gets to have their own identity but us. But the moment they lay prostrate with something that's melanated, all of a sudden it becomes black. He or she becomes black. Nah, when it comes to the female, and this is why you get a lot of vitriol. I say, as black women, always hold your head high, that even though we're in the same ethnic group, we still have our right to fight for our own interests. Every woman does. Every woman in every group fights for her own interests. And it's time that black American women start putting her interests first. I'm seeing all of these melanated women who cosplay us say all kinds of rhetoric, say all kinds of things, and then we get dragged for filth. And half of those issues are not even our own. It's starting to come out now. More and more is coming out. And that's what I was trying to tell Kay. They can't hold and act a fool for long. I saw today a Caucasoid man, and I sent you the link, Kay. I don't know if you got it. And in that link, this man, you got to look up the link. Are you awake, Kay? She probably fell asleep. But in that link, the men fight for them to ours don't. Hey, we got to fight for ourselves. I'm not even worried about it no more. But I was seeing something I wanted to share with you, where this Caucasoid man in Europe
Uh-huh.
put down, and you fell asleep for a second. This Caucasoid man, and I sent you the link, in Europe, he saw all of these pictures with the Caucasoid woman and melanated men, mixed couples, but primarily it was Caucasoid men, women, and Caucasoid women and black men, or melanated men. How about melanated men? And he said he's not against mixed relationships, but he was wondering what it is. And it was perplexing to me, because I was like, wow, this man is in the UK saying this. And he was saying, I'm not against mixed relationships, but I want to know, what is this? It's like an agenda. He said it's like an agenda to erase the quote unquote Caucasoid male. And I found that real funny. And I was just looking at it. And he said, again, I'm not against mixed relationships, but in there, he has a following of over 600,000 viewers. Primarily, they're Caucasoid. He said, whatever the gender is, we as Caucasoid men will not be erased. And I just looked and read down the comments, and I saw when women of their ilk were saying, um, do ups to procreate more quote unquote white babies. And I said, that's wonderful. Because each and every one of those women that were in there, and it was thousands, and it's probably still going down, they were saying, we love being with our white men, and how they were with their white men for umpteen years, and they are procreate more white babies. That's their goal, whatever the case may be. But whatever he was saying at the end, my mom was watching it, but the last statement he said was, however they think it's going to be, whatever the gender is, we will not be erased. And I feel the same way. As black women, we will not be erased. And their women agree with them as well. So whatever the agenda is, I just say, if he feels like that as a Caucasoid man, how do you think we feel when every time someone lays with our men, or lays with a man that's melanated, all of a sudden that person becomes black? Black American women have a high responsibility to make sure we protect our identity. We have every right to, because the pictures and everything that I saw, and that was just the pictures of our hairdos. I was looking up other stuff as well. I don't want to give any woman from any other ethnic group the audacity or unmitigated gall to ever claim anything from any black women who fought through history. I'm not against bi-ethnic children, but I am against their children coming from another woman. And I want you to marinate on this as black women, on their children calling themselves black. Because if that's the case, if we lay out with someone outside of our ethnic group and he is white, Asian, or Hispanic, Do our children become white, Asian, or Hispanic? These are things that we need to fight. And we don't have to explain it to anybody else but ourselves. And for those black women who agree, let's make sure we draw up something to fight against it. It's ridiculous. And we should not be erased. Our ethnic group, who we are as women, and the whole 9 yards. But it just perplexed me when that Caucasoid man was saying he will not be erased. Well, as black women, we should do the same. I don't care who you be with, but your children by another ethnic group that's outside of my culture, their children should not be able to call themselves black, just like why my children cannot call themselves Hispanic, Asian, or white. Just think
Mm-hmm.
about that, women. Let that marinate. It's an attack on our identity. It's an attack on our ethnic group. It's an attack on who we are as black women. And like Malcolm X said, we're the most disrespected, unprotected women. But I found that real interesting what he said. And I left that white man a message, a long message, to let him know we feel the same. We feel the same. You don't feel like you want to be erased, neither do we. But the agenda that I wanted him to know, your people set it up. Because we as black Americans don't control the media. And I made
Yeah,
sure I
because but he's getting his karma. You noticed that? I saw that video of him. It
yes.
was and yeah, I meant to mention that, so I'm glad you brought it up. But if you guys don't know,
And then what he
this
said,
white
he said,
man,
we
I
ain't gonna
think
be
he's
erased.
where them Vikings are. Where those Vikings from? Where is he from? He's Norway, somewhere up in there.
I
He's
don't
in
know.
Europe,
But
and
it,
he is
yep.
outside in the wilderness, in his country, and he's talking about how the media is erasing white men. And he was
Mm-hmm.
talking about how he said you go to Google, and I did what he said. He said go to Google and type in white men, and then type in white women. I did both, and you guys, they had black men coming up under this. Like, why would black men or Caribbean or
Mm-hmm.
African women come up on a Google search for white men when you click on the
Mm-hmm.
images tab? And I said, yeah, we're gonna do the same thing as black women, but it's black men who are erasing us. You can go way back to the 1920s and 30s, see anything on film from that era, and you would see that they have women that are light skinned mixed race representing us. Now it takes black men and black women to create the music and the dance styles and all this other stuff, right? But over and over again, him like that was you know when MTV came out with the 1980s, that's when we started seeing how times black men would not have any black women in video at all and had everybody else that didn't look like us. And Rashida Strober talked about this, and she said how it was devastating, and I agree with her. And I still to this day can't understand how we came out of the civil rights era and this whole black is beautiful and black pride. And then here's like 15 years later, we're in the 80s and we're doing videos showing that apparently, black men sure didn't have no black pride. And that still goes on to this day. They're doing that. And, like I said, I've been noticing that when it's a role for a black American woman, they put everybody in it. They'll put a trans woman, a man who's dressed up like a trans. They'll give it to an Afro Latina. They'll give it to a mixed race woman. They'll give it to an African woman, a Caribbean woman. Just go down the line, and you're like, okay, this is clearly a role for a black American woman. Why is everybody else in my panties? Those are my panties. Why is everybody else got their behind
Exactly.
my panties?
Everybody got their drawers in my got they behind in my drawers. It's disgusting. You're
Yes.
right.
Now this white
I
man, he's
wanted you to
complaining
see
about them
that.
doing it to him. Like, really? But if you think about why is it that this is happening to black women and white men, you have to consider, like I said before, your black Americans are white, but Americans are Americans. They represent America, okay? It don't matter how many other different kinds of people that come throughout this world. These other people represent their native country from where they're from. They don't represent America. When people look at them, they're not going to think American. They're going to think about wherever that person is native to. Like if they're Arab, they're not going to associate with the United States. They're going to be associated with the Arab countries. That's just it. So,
Mhm.
but I think there's like a jealousy with Black Americans and white Americans because those two groups are associated with the United States of America. It's like some type of genocide that they're trying to commit against, Black Americans and white Americans. That's why I say like you now see them casting like I particularly see this with the women, like Hispanic girls, young women
Mhm.
being cast in roles that the character is clearly a white American character, right? You can tell by the context of the movie. You know, it's like, oh, she moved here to this new country town, and then there's these two white guys at her school that like her, and blah blah blah. Right? You're like, okay, this is a white girl story, so why is a Hispanic girl in it? But it's like I said, they're trying to Hispanicize white America, and they're trying to
Hmm.
Africanize black.
Black
They're trying
America.
to wipe out these two because all these other people want to come here and claim that they're American, but these other people are not American. They're U.S. citizens. Because, you know, if they're from Mexico, they're Mexican. You know, that doesn't go anywhere. That's just what they are. And if they're from China, they're Chinese. That's just who they are, you know. But they're trying to erase the people who are ethnically American, and then they're trying to give the American title to everybody else from around the world. I just was looking at a
Exactly.
magazine, and I had to put it down. I didn't look at the article, but I said I went back and got the magazine, so I'm gonna keep it, right, because it proves something I said. And what it did, they were talking about something about Americans, the new Americans, and I'm looking at
Hmm.
this. I'm like, who are these people? And just like a mixed group of people, right? And so I think it has something to do with the Summer Olympics. So they talking
Hmm.
about like, oh, these are like the new Americans or some kind of crap like that. And all these people were, none of them were American people. They were all from countries outside the United States, but I guess they had citizenship. So now they're trying to claim that, oh, they represent America, right? So, no, they don't. These people represent the diversity of America to an extent, in that they represent, like, you know, how all different kinds of people come to the United States, but they don't represent American. What is American? Because they're not American. But
Right.
yeah, definitely going on. And I think the reason why black women, and I think black women, they start out with black women, and we get used as a what they call it, like the guinea pigs. And then I told you
We're
guys, like,
guinea pig.
yeah, sometimes what happens is that the jealousy is really against the white man, you know, or white people, but let's just say the white man, right? But then they'll pick on black people because they feel like we're an easier target. So it's just like this Hispanic guy, John Leguizano, whatever his name is, you know, stealing Black American people's talking points. Megan just did a video about it, right? Stealing Black American people talking point and trying to include Hispanics in in American culture and history,
Hmm.
into American history, by claiming that oh, the Hispanics fought in this war and they fought in that war, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But anybody knows that the majority of Hispanic people, they fought in any war, they fought in wars in their own native Hispanic countries. And so
Hmm.
he's talking all this crap about Hispanics in America, and he fails to mention anything about how Hispanics have multitudes of their own Hispanic countries. So that's where most of their history and lineage is. It doesn't matter what they do in the United States. Whatever they've done in their own native country is always going to outweigh anything that they've done in the United States. But he fails to mention that, right? But so yeah, so it's like, you know, he's doing that crap with Black American people, but these Hispanics, they come over here and their attitude is kind of like, um, they're not going to be subservient to white people, right? They're not here to be service to white people. They basically saying that they're going to take over,
Hmm.
you know, and that's
That's
what
what I
white.
think.
But you see how they started with Black Americans, but really their target is white America. I said the same thing with that
That's what
fellow.
it looks like.
Yeah,
Because that's what he said. He said, the future is Hispanics. I was like, wow, that wasn't like it was anything with us because they never thought of us as the future. But I was just looking at it, and that's why I sent it to you. I sent it to Shay as well,
yeah.
and I was just perplexed that he was
It was
saying
very
this.
interesting.
A
It was
man,
very interesting. And this is a
yeah,
European in Europe. I thought that was
hmm,
really fascinating. That was a Europe.
very interesting. And my mom said, "And did you hear what he said at the end?" I said, "No, what did he say?" Because I kind of dozed off. He said, "We will not be replaced." And then I
Right.
started reading the
Right.
comments. And
He
if you
said
read the
that you need
comments,
to resist it. You're right.
yeah, he when he was talking about it, he was like, "It ain't gonna happen." And I noticed that every woman from his ethnic group was writing that they were with him. This was not going to
Did you
happen.
see that? Did you see that?
Yes.
Because what
Oh,
happened?
yes.
You sent me the text, right? So it just showed the video clip, but then and I listened to it, and then I said I wanted to look at the comment, but I had to go to YouTube, so I had to click on YouTube at the bottom for it to take you to the YouTube video, right, in YouTube. So then I go to the comment section, and all throughout the comments say, "Oh, I am a white man," and blah blah blah. This, I'm a white woman who is married to a white man, and we have.
Yes.
I am a white man that's married to a white woman. Kudos to them. And but you know what's
Mhm.
offensive? There was a comment at the top where it was a black man. He claimed to be a black man. I don't know if he's black or whatever, but he said
Mhm.
he was a dark skinned black man, and it's sad of him to see that they were trying to replace, like they're trying to erase like, white men out of the picture, right?
That sounds so stupid. That sounds like a damn immigrant. That sounds like an
Trina,
immigrant. I
because
don't,
I'm thinking, but you're the same person that erased the dark skinned black woman out of the picture. But you want to be sad when it's being done to the white man.
that's
I'm sorry,
sick.
that don't sound like the janky mentality of many black men. I just don't know what to say, unfortunately. But black men that got that janky mentality, that's exactly something they would think and say. But it just goes back to like when that affirmative action thing went down, right? I remember I was on a live stream with you and Ty Direct on BSIA, and I said, it reminds me what Trump said, that he said, they're really after you, but I am just standing in their way. And I feel it's the same thing with Black Americans and white Americans, because I told Ty Direct, I said, in my opinion, they really want to go after white American people because of the Ivy League. Black American people don't have a lot to do with the Ivy League. They're just using Black Americans as a guinea pig with affirmative action. Ty Direct had the audacity to tell me, oh, you stupid if you think they're going after white people. And the very next day, they dropped a new lawsuit. Those same people dropped a new lawsuit, and it was against the Ivy League and legacy emissions. Legacy emissions are white Americans. So basically, they're pissed about, in their minds, that Black Americans are getting into the Ivy League, supposedly do affirmative action. Oh, we proved that that's bullshit. It wasn't even us. It was these African Caribbeans cosplaying us and Afro Latinos, right? But I'm gonna give these people a pass because I'm assuming they didn't know that. They didn't know that those were not Black Americans. Those are African Caribbean. I think they didn't.
The everyday ones don't. The regular
I'm talking about
what's
the Indians and
the
Asians and
society
Arabs.
probably don't.
They're the ones that were behind. Because when I saw the video the next day when they were saying they dropped that new lawsuit against legacy emissions, the first thing I thought was an Indian guy, right? Because the Asians and the Indians been complaining, but it was actually an Arab guy. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. But they were. Then he was just so excited. Oh, they're dropping a lawsuit, and this one's against legacy emissions. So this is why I knew from beginning. I said, no, this is an attack on Black Americans because these people from these countries outside the United States, they covet our Ivy League. They want to,
Mhm.
and see, this what comes from us being over generous with allowing all kinds of people to come here and access our citizenship, our country, our resources, our opportunities, because now they feel like they have a right to come here. They feel like they have a right to be here. They feel like they have a right to our opportunities and resources. Like they
Mhm.
like to say, oh, Asian students outperform Americans. Okay, why aren't you in Asia, in your Asian country, where I know that the students do way better academically than they do in the United States? No, they just want to feel like they can come over here and they can utilize your resources and they can gain access to it. And then they want to feel like it's theirs and they have a better right to it than you do. Oh, well, I studied more hours than you. I got better grades than you. So I have the better right to your American scholarships. No, you don't. You're not
Mhm.
going to go to Saudi Arabia and they got scholarships for Saudi Arabian students. And you think you're going to go over there and talk about, oh, I got better grades. I studied more. I got better test scores. They're going, fuck you. This is
Mhm.
our country, our resources for our children. It don't matter how much you study. This is not for you. It doesn't work that way. And this is the thing. People coming to this country, and we as American people have been very generous. I would say overly generous. And now
Mhm.
they're trying to act as if they, they want to, and then after we do all this sharing, then they will still feel like they still want to feel like they have a right to what belongs to us. And if they can't get it, then they want to start accusation of racism. It's Black Americans that experience racism, not these other groups that came into this country
They sure
by
enough
their
don't.
own will. But they try to claim that they're going through racism, or they want to claim some kind of unfair practices, like this is unfair to them in some way or another. But this bullshit is catching up with them. It's blowing up in their face. As a matter of
Mhm.
fact, there was just an Asian students that try to go up to the Supreme Court and get this case heard about. And these were agents that were for affirmative action, but the Supreme Court refused to listen to it. Because I'm sure the Supreme Court is like, okay, where were you when this case was going on in the first place? Last
Mhm.
year, where were you? Where were all these
Mhm.
agents that were for affirmative action? You guys weren't there. And you didn't want to talk about you for affirmative action until after it was struck down, and then now you realize it could negatively impact you. But when you
Mhm.
thought that it could be in your favor, that the attack was against Black American students, Black American people, you kept your mouth shut. But now you want to talk.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court's like, go sit down. We're not going to listen to this.
And when I was hearing that man talking, I was in no way, fashion, or form feeling sorry for him. Make that very clear. I felt like it was karma, and I did leave a message that we've asked the men in our group what was the issue, and basically said what I had to say. And my question is, don't let your woman get off. Ask her, because the two couples that I see represented are is a Caucasoid woman, and you saw who it was. Basically, primarily melanated men, and they were either from Africa, the Caribbean, or men from our culture. That's what I saw. And
That
for
was
him
being
to ask,
represented.
did you see any other color men in there? I saw just ours.
What are you talking about?
When I was looking at the picture and how they feel like we're feeling like we're being replaced. But I was asking him. I also, when I was texting to that same man that I told you, I texted his comment, like
Oh,
the question he was asking. I'm saying we don't control the media. Y'all do.
yeah, I
You
know.
do. His culture does. His ethnic group does. Well, maybe not his ethnic group,
Well, he was
but
talking
definitely
about
his
he was
culture.
talking specifically about the Google AI, right? And I
Uh
think
huh.
what he is realizing is that the Google AI is probably not being influenced or just owned by white people. You know what I'm saying? It may be Asians, it may be Jewish people, it may be Indians, who knows, whatever.
Could
But
be about
he's
yeah.
specifically talking about the Google AI, and he said you type in white
Oh,
men. And I did. I went to Google and I typed in white men. I said, well, I see mostly white men, but then I noticed, why are melanated men coming up in this Google search? And I typed in white women, the same thing. And I'm like, what is with this? But it seemed like, again, I didn't get the impression it was just like black American images. Like there was a few images of black Americans, right? Not so
mhm.
much. Like when I saw the melanated people, from what I could tell, they were not black American.
I think they were like African and Caribbean, but again, they were more melanated men. And his whole thing was because they still want to call them
Yes, definitely. Because
black. That's what he was saying. He said, "Is it like a problem with white women and white men being together?" And I was like,
I
just
know
shocked
that's right.
that they was having that
Yeah,
conversation. And you got to go back
because
and
they
look
act
at
like
his.
they
It's like
act
over
like
six hundred
white women
thousand
can't be
subscribers. I'm
happy
like,
with white
oh,
men. Yeah, he's talking about white
yeah,
men.
that's
Like
what
they
he
act as if
said.
white women can't be happy with white men. Like, okay, well that's already been going on with the images of dark skinned black women being in the media with dark skinned black men. Like what
Mm,
is the, and to me, I always thought it was nothing to do with dark skinned black women, because I noticed this on TV. I noticed this when I was in my teens. And what I would notice is that uh, if they had a show like Good Times, right? So they show a melanated man with a melanated woman, right? And then the
mm,
melanated woman has a prominent role on that show, like Esther Rowe as the Black American mother. Granted, she was Caribbean, but she wasn't playing a Caribbean character or Caribbean mother. She was playing a Black American mother, Black American woman, Black
American mother.
American
Yep.
family. It is what it is. So you look at that. But then when I would see them, like, say, a police show, like NYPD Blue, that was really popular back in the 90s, right? And they had that one guy, that one black guy that was like the police captain or something like that, head detective, dark skinned brother. And then I see him and he's with a light skinned woman, right? So I'm like, what is this thing where this is in my taste? What is this thing that whenever they have dark skinned black men, they always put them in a woman that's like looks very different from them, very different skin complexion, right?
Mhm.
Even if she kind of like a black descent, she does not look like
Yeah,
that.
because that's what I was feeling like when he said that. It was like, oh, so now they're getting a rift that two white people can be together and two
That's
darker
right.
melanated. So I was just laughing, but I was
Yeah,
looking again
because
the follow, and I was like, what the? And I had to call my mom, and I said, look, and I saved the video. I said, look at this. And she was like, and I
right.
had like, I don't know if I dozed off or something because it wasn't long, but I was just laying back because I'd already watched it. And
Hmm.
in the interim, caller, I didn't hear what he said, but it will not. What he said, but we will not be replaced, and that's what he was saying. And then I started
Well, I
reading the
think that's where
comments.
we as black women see the same thing, particularly
That's
dark
what
skinned
that's the
sisters.
way
Yeah,
I feel. We won't be
yeah,
replaced either. So I'm glad you feel like that. But I left a long comment, and I said, ask your woman that question because I remember watching a video where like they went to the Gambia, and you know how we're getting deleted over there as Black American women and I guess some Caribbean women. Those men were basically how you saying pampering them, and these women were older, so I'm not going on the aspect of them, but they were going over there, and my thing was these women look like they were in their 70s and 80s, still going to go
Trina,
find
you
some,
cut out. Trina,
yeah,
okay, you said those women going over there and what?
to get some melanated um what you call it eggplants,
Hmm.
So even when they can barely walk, they still going to find melanated men, whether he is
That's true.
of.
But
That's
that's what I
what my
said. When
point
black
is.
women date outside of their ethnic group, mostly they still go for melanated men, African or
Hmm.
Caribbean. No, they're still going for that image. They're not looking for women that look. I mean, men that look very different. But what I saw in my teens, this is before the '90s. This is like in the '80s. It's like if they had a prominent black man on a show, whenever they cast a woman with him, she would not look like him. Okay, and this is like on a white show. I noticed that, and so that gave me the impression. I said, man, they act like they have a problem with black men, and they don't want to see him on a screen with a black woman. However, when it would be a show like Good Times, where the black woman had a prominent position on the show, then they would have a black man. So like Family Matters with Steve Urkel, it was the same thing. Like you look at 227, Amen, any of those shows. So anytime
Yeah,
the black woman had a prominent role, they would cast her with a black man that looked similar to her. But if that black man had a prominent role, particularly like say it wasn't a black show, like it was a white show, no, they wouldn't put him in a role with. That's when I said they act
that's
like they.
interesting. We gotta research that. That's interesting. But I basically said to him, that's a question he needs to ask his woman because those two,
Because she's the one who's always in the picture with the black man,
she's always the
more
one.
so
So
than the
ask
black
her.
woman.
Don't put her as innocent. Evidently, it ain't like he drawing. He just telling her, "You, I'm gonna take you." She going there, because those women from as old as they would get, whether they was American or European, they flying over there to get some melanated peen, and they probably get some over here too, because we seen some over here. But my point was, I did want to let them know that Black American women ain't the ones dating your men. You know what I'm saying? Or your women. Primarily it's African and Caribbean. And I did say a lot of Black American men may also date your women. But he has help on that aspect. But when it comes to Black American women, we primarily don't date outside our ethnic group. And if we do, it's probably like you say with another melanated man.
Hmm.
So I wanted that to be very clear. Cause and I wanted to also state that Africans and Caribbeans are not black. We are black.
Trina.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I made sure I stated that because he had a big viewpoint, and I made sure I put that in there because I just found it, like I said, interesting to see this man all the way in the wilderness, feeling some type of way that he did this Google search to see his woman, and his woman backed him up. And basically, if you read the comments, she said, "Oh yes, it will not happen." And I saw a lot of, and it was still wrong when I went over there. So I'm like, so primarily what he's saying is they with their women and why they pushing this agenda. So I see that there's going to be um some type of pushback. That's what I was seeing. What do you think? Okay,
I think he's saying that there's going to be a war.
that's what I heard.
Yeah, because to me, that's why white American men, they kind of have that attitude over
Like
here.
it ain't happening,
And
and I saw they
he
women
made it
going
clear.
right along with him.
He made it clear that he was not racist, right? So whatever
Hmm.
type of war this is, it's not going to be a race war. I think white American men would see it as a race war, but this European man, he made it clear that he was not racist, and he said, "I don't care about your skin color, your nationality." So he's also talking about a war, but like Europeans really criticize white Americans for being racist. Like Europeans feel like they don't really focus so much on skin color. It's more about your nationality and your origin, like your ethnic group. That's the way they see it. And of course, they're like Africans, right? They're on a continent full of you Caucasians. So your skin color ain't going to make a difference. It's your nationality, your clan, whatever, right? They're like Africans like that. So, and you can tell by his spirit, he seemed to be pretty calm, cool guy. So if he goes to war, it's not going to be a race war for him. It's a war of, what would you call it? Principles, um, standing up. Like he would do a war. Like white American men to me would be a do a war based on race, where they would attack someone on race, and he would, in my opinion, as a European, he would do a war to preserve who and what he is. He did not because he's against anyone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what it sounded like. But it was just interesting to hear a Caucasoid man saying this, and then
Oh,
seeing that the women in his group were
hey, did
second
you
it.
see what anybody has? I'm sorry, I forgot to check the comments. I wanted to see what anybody in the comments section had to say.
Well,
Um, Yeah, Angela Walker said immigrants want. Yeah, yeah, Angela. That's what I'm talking about, Angela. Like, Angela said immigrants want to control America, but it's not going to happen. And yeah, that's the point I'm making, Angela. Thank you. That they're acting as if, like I said, that magazine. I got this magazine. I got it from my sister. I was just looking at it. I was so
I'm
offended.
gonna
I
look
just put
that
it
up.
down when I first saw it. But I said, I'm gonna go. I went. I had my sister put the magazines aside so I can go back and look at just one particular magazine. And I don't know which one it was. But anyway, I'm opening it and it's showing this group of people, this group photo, right? Like they're all standing together kind of loosely, like not lined up, but just like in a loose group. And it's saying something about the new Americans, something like that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then I guess they're supposed to be in the Olympics. And I'm going through, so then they have like after that group photo, each page featuring one of the people in the group. So, be page one, this person, this page two, the next person, so on, right? I'm looking at these people like these are not Americans. They had one person that looked American, not one. I'm gonna go
Mm.
back and look at that. And this is what I'm saying. It's like
Oh,
because I told Trina, you guys, I told Trina, I think it was yesterday, and I said, Trina, I'm looking at these magazines. My sister has some upscale magazines, right? These like Vogue, Architectural Digest, Travel and Leisure, these upscale magazines. And I said, I've been into magazines since I was in my teens, anything with fashion and design. And I'm looking at these magazines and I'm going through them because I used to love it. It's been a while since I've been going through magazines, right?
mhm.
But anyway, I'm looking through them and I'm like, these are magazines. They don't look the way the ones like the magazines that I used to love going through when I was in my
No, it
teens and
looks like
20s and
it's just
30s.
so
Yeah,
it's in poor taste and it's very, very hedonistic. It's not
well,
us.
it's not.
It's not
Well,
class. It's
that was hedonistic. But what I'm saying is that they call themselves being diverse, right? So before I saw quite a few melanated people being presented as designers and stuff, and that was not something you would see before. So I'm gonna say that, right?
right,
However, um, as I'm going through these magazines, I'm like, okay, this is Vogue and this is Architecture Digest. These are American magazines, right? And I'm
right,
like, they don't feel. I'm looking through them. I'm like, these magazines don't feel American anymore. There's no American essence. And when you look at through, you don't see anything American. It's like, oh, they're featuring everybody from around the world now. It's either all different kinds of people that are here in the US or is they're featuring other people from around the world. And I'm like,
mm,
okay, if you guys know anything about fashion magazines, for instance, like Vogue, okay? I don't know if you guys know this, but Vogue has multitudes of different types of magazines, okay? They got
mhm,
Vogue, that's the one here in the United States. Then there's a Vogue Australia, a Vogue
mhm.
España, which is Spain, a Vogue Danish Vogue. Like they got all different kinds, right? And when you flip, and I used to love going through the international Vogues because they felt different. They had a different kind of vibe than your American Vogue. And
Mm.
like one thing I would notice in the 1980s, because I almost never saw dark skin models in Vogue, but if I looked in the European Vogues, then you would see dark skin models. Like, but they wouldn't be Black American, but nonetheless, you would see some dark skin models, right? That was the one cool thing that I did like. But anyway, like now you go through these magazines and they do not have an American vibe anymore. Like something has
It's not
changed
a
a
black
lot.
American.
Yeah,
It's
you
not a
don't.
black
It doesn't look American, and it does not have an American feel, and it
American.
even feels kind of dull. And it's almost like I wonder if it has something to do with the internet. Like maybe most people are getting their media content from the internet now, and so like these magazines are on a decline because these magazines are not as like they used to be really thick. They used to have hundreds of pages, right? Like
Well, the
now.
content of what they represent, they don't have what we had. It's thick because when they're doing content now, these women, and well, I'm talking, we're gonna stay on women. When they're doing content now, and even their men, it's on Black Americans. But their women stay focused on Black American women. They don't have nothing that they're doing in their country. Even when they're here living and portraying like they're American, they don't report on themselves. It's basically on Americans.
Yeah, that's
And
why I
even
don't
if
watch this
they're
content.
reporting on stuff, it's like
Yeah.
smut. I'm so sick and tired of the music, the representation. It's disgusting. But
But
what
I'm
I was
just
looking
saying,
at
Trina,
was what
if they're
that guy
bringing
was
it
saying.
down, Trina, it's not just the
They
music,
are,
it's
but
the
bringing to what
magazines,
that
it's
guy
the
was
content.
saying. That guy was saying who was in the wilderness He was saying that the same thing is going on there. And that's what they were saying. Whatever's happening in the USA is also happening in the UK. And I had to laugh. So
I
Western
think he
society.
said it was global. Did he say something about it being global?
No, he was talking about the West. He was saying in the United States and here. It's like, yeah, it's like a global agenda. But what he was saying was their way of life is being tempered or tampered with in the UK as well as in the US because that's,
No, he wasn't in
basically.
the UK. He was on continental Europe because the UK is an island off of the
Okay.
continent of Europe. So he was in the northern part of Europe. So and that's what I found so intriguing because you don't.
That's what
Okay,
I
maybe
found
it'd be
too, because where he
yeah,
was
right.
at.
You think it was be a white man in the US or a Caucasian man in the UK, right? This guy, he said something about being Viking, so it's Nordic. I think he's from
Hmm.
somewhere right
Hmm.
around there. And he seemed very calm, very peaceful, but he
Hmm.
was like I said, oh, this is really unusual. And he was in the middle of the woods. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. And you saw where he was taking, and he was, but the people in his comment section were not just from the UK or where he was from. White Americans were speaking on it too.
Yes, I saw that. So that's
I
oh
was
yeah.
like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And I said,
But I
good.
told you,
But I
I
don't
told you.
feel sorry for them. I want them to feel that good because
Yeah.
your people started this. Your
Right.
people started this shit. So yeah, figure out what's going on because I want to know what the agenda is too. And
Listen,
actual
look,
women.
listen. You see what Pinky Well said? Pinky Well said, "White men online talking about a civil war against immigrants." Yeah, I told you all that Bupo. This was what he was on BSIA's channel. This is about a month or so ago, and he said something about he was on some kind of Twitter thread, and the white men were saying like, "Oh, you know how they like to talk about United States is the nation of immigrants." I told you guys when I was growing up. I was born in New York City, right, in the early 70s. Oh, I'm sorry. I was born in New York City in the early 70s. And when I would ever hear that nation of immigrants, it was always white people talking about European immigrants. That was it. And mind you, we had like Puerto Ricans and Cubans and Mexicans and Chinese and Japanese, and Native Americans. We had different people, but I always knew that they were talking when they would say nation of immigrants or when they used the word immigrants, they were always talking about Europeans. And then Trump gets into office and all of these other different types of people. Like if you met, I grew up Muslim, right? So when I went to the mosque, because I didn't grow up with the Nation of Islam, I grew up in Orthodox Islam. So when I went to the mosque, there would be Muslims from every Muslim country across this globe. And when you talk to them, none of these people would introduce themselves as immigrants. If they would eat from Egypt, they would tell you, "Oh, I'm Egyptian." If they were from Syria, "I'm Syrian. I'm Pakistani. I'm Bangladeshi," so on and so forth, right? None of these people called themselves immigrants. Even when I was living in Texas or New York City, I never heard Puerto Ricans or Mexicans or anybody calling themselves immigrants. They would say, "I'm Mexican, I'm Guatemalan, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Dominican." What? Trump gets into office and now all these people start to, "Oh, I'm an immigrant," because they know Trump said the immigration system is crap. Whether if people are coming here legally or illegally, they're just being allowed to come in as if it's a free for all, and it's crap, and it should not be like that. This is the United States of America. American citizenship should be something that is held to a high standard. It should be something that's highly valuable. We should be passing out American citizenship as if it's free candy. And he said that's what we were doing, right? So then they all felt threatened. So then they all started calling themselves immigrants, immigrants, immigrants. So anyway, Bupo said that he was on a Twitter thread. This is about a month ago, maybe a little more, and he said that these all these people were talking about, oh, they were immigrants and America's a nation of immigrants. He said these white men got on the Twitter thread and said the United States is not a nation of immigrants. And I said that was profound because white people are the ones who started that saying. And then here come everybody else trying to snatch that saying and apply it to them. And just like white people saying, no, America is not a nation of immigrants. And this goes back to what I'm saying. When white people were saying that this is a nation of immigrants, they were talking about European immigrants because never in Europe, in any place in Europe, did they have such a mass of all different types of European nationalities and European ethnicities. That only happened in the United States. That's why they had that saying, America's a nation of immigrants, because that was profound for them to have this conglomeration of all these different European ethnicities in one country. They never had that before. So they were talking about themselves, and now everybody else want to jump on the bandwagon, like, oh well, I could come to the United States and call myself an immigrant, and well, this country was built by immigrants. So basically, you got people from around the world try to take our country, claim our country, claim like they basically saying, well, well, immigrants built this country, and I'm here in the United States, and I'm an immigrant too. So this country was built by immigrants like me. Like, what the fuck? What? Your people weren't here. You built your own countries. You can't be in two places at the same time. Um, no, but they basically try to snatch this country from us and the building of this country by claiming that immigrants built it. And then they want to claim that they're immigrants. And notice that they don't say they're immigrants after they go through the process of immigration at the Department of Immigration. They basically feel like they can come here as an international student, a foreign student. And as soon as they step foot on the soil, I'm an immigrant. They can come here illegally. I'm an immigrant. Come here as a refugee, an asylum seeker. Come here as a tour on a tourist visa. I'm an immigrant. They all do the same thing.
Hmm. We do see that. So I see something going on, but the mere fact that I showed you that, and that just came in right, just right on time, that here this man who's Caucasoid was feeling what a lot of Black American women feel here in some sense. And just to
Yes,
hear him say an agenda, I was like,
saying that
what? That blew my
for him
mind.
to
I'm
say
like,
that
what the hell?
you said I looked at and they said white men feel like they're being erased from the media. What?
Yeah, I
Okay,
was
so I
like,
had
huh? And I had to laugh because I'm like, your ethnic group is the one, or your people, the ones who look like you. It may not be his ethnic group, but he was. You're the ones who do this. So I'm not understanding. Ask her the question, and I think the
I,
women in that group need to ask the women in that group that question.
I agree.
You
Like
know what
it's like
I'm saying?
basically white women need to hold white women accountable. Agreed.
Because I'm like, that was strange. But I did send it out. I'm gonna put it in the chat one day when it comes up
You know,
again. Again, I just,
another question I want to be presented to white women about how they try to push their mixed race daughters to be the representation of full black women. They do
that's
not
what I
want
don't
their
like. That's
daughter
what I was
to
just saying.
compete
You dozed
against
off. I don't like it.
but those white women, they got some of them got this sinister spirit, and they love to try to put their mixed race daughters in competition with full black women.
Facts. That's what I was saying. And it comes from the men who fathered them too, because this is the thing. A white man protects her identity. He's not going to allow that to happen the other way around. You follow what I'm saying? Hispanic men do the same. Asian men do the same. But it's like we don't get that same protection as black women. And how is that? Even when he has a child by another melanated woman, you follow what I'm saying, or a woman outside his ethnic group, he doesn't then tell his child from that melanated woman, oh well, yes, you are black, right? But since I had the child by you, now the child will be white. He doesn't
Right.
do that. He doesn't do that. None of them do
Yeah.
it, but it's done to us.
Yeah.
And
It's still the same.
I wanted to express that. Yeah, you
Hold on.
feel that way? We feel the same way too, because it came from you, this bullshit.
There you go.
You
Hey, I
know,
was
and
going
it
to read this one.
puts purposely on our group. Yeah, so I felt that. I was
What?
like, oh, this is an oxymoron. You feel that way. Well, how you think black women feel when your white women have children by men of a melanated course and they get to come? And this is the thing, black women, I want you to get this loud and clear. Because we're not separated as of yet, and we call Africans black and Caribbeans black, even their children that they have by another woman or ethnic group gets
Say
to
that
come
again.
into our and say they're black. If a Caribbean man has a child by a white woman, her child gets to call their self black. Pay attention. If a African man has a child by a white woman, his child gets to call themselves black. Zendaya, she's not by a black American man, but she calls herself black.
No. What is her father?
Yes, her father is African.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think so.
Look that up. I
Fact,
think.
Holly Berry, Alicia Keys, something more and more. Yes, and I think the same thing with Mariah Carey. Their fathers are not black American.
So Halle Berry's father isn't Black American?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Carrie Belafonte daughter, Sherry Belafonte, he's Caribbean.
Yeah,
Her
he's
daughter. His daughter gets to call herself black. This all gets to erase us as black American women. Meanwhile, they get to keep their Caribbean identities,
yeah.
African identities, Hispanic identity, white identity, Asian identity. Black American women have their own fight, and it's the fight for our own identity. Period.
Yeah, but we do have our own identity. It's just that they're all cosplaying, pretending to be us.
Right.
So we clearly
Yeah,
have
but
an
they don't.
identity.
I don't want them to be able to call themselves black women. Period. I don't care if she does come from the pipe of a black man. My child does not get to call themselves white if it comes from the pipe of a white man. And black women shouldn't allow that. All of their ethnic groups are protected by their men in their groups. Ours is not. And just like you just said, that white woman will push her daughter into our group and call her a full black American. And that goes to show you, too, don't believe the lies of that marriage shit. You know, they said black men marry primarily they women. I don't think they separated when it's that child who is, say, by ethnic. They claim that as black too. So, and then you got to know the statistics. 61% of black Americans don't get married. So let's break this down because everybody act like they retarded when it comes to doing math. 39% get married of black American men. 39%, right? And I think it's 20 something percent, close to 30% of black American women. And in that 39%, 80% of that 39%, he is married to black women, and the other 20% he's married to non-black women.
Yeah,
So
but
out
that's
of
the
30,
thing.
so you got to go 30% because 61% of us are not married. But it's like I don't know. That's why mother freakers ain't passing math now. So only 39. That's close to 40% of black men get married. So 39% they get married, and then that 39%, only 80% get married to black women, and those black women are compromised
Right,
because they
because a
can
lot
be
of the relationships are
right.
50-50.
So we're not getting married like that. So when they say, oh, 80%, I'm like, oh my God, are they like stuck on stupid?
Well,
So
Sister J said the same
39%,
thing. She
out of
said
that
the exact same
39%,
thing.
80%. So you
She
got to
said
know
they do not know how to analyze the information. They don't know how
they
to analyze
don't.
it.
Somebody said Holly Berry's father is black American. I don't know, but I know that what's her name's father is not. I know for a fact Mariah Carey's isn't. But
No,
the
Mariah
point
Carey's
being
father,
is
her is like some kind of part Caribbean or something like that.
yes. But all of those women get to claim your
Trina?
identity as a black. Yeah, I heard you. All of these women get to claim your identity as a black American woman, and it just shoves you aside. The hell with you, the hell with how you feel. But all of these white women and these white men and their identities, and this is stuff that needs to be brought to the forefront. And I think as black American women who descend from United States chattel slavery, we need to form an alliance and go to the to take it to the highest court.
Agreed.
It don't make no damn sense. So if he feels that way as a Caucasoid male, all the way up in Europe, and they're feeling that way, and what I saw with that six, well, how do you feel? Well, we feel the
In
same
Northern
way.
He's in Northern Europe. That's as white can be. Northern Europe. You can't get any whiter than that. You have to
Yes.
be a white albino to be whiter than that.
And this is what I say as black American woman. This is why I wanted to have our own. But we have to fight for certain agendas that benefit us and us solely. And I notice with the women in that community, that's what they do. You have to fight for agendas that benefit you solely as black American women. When it comes to reparations and what we do as a collective, that's different. But when it comes to affecting you and your motherhood and your womanhood, that's a separate fight. Fuck the bullshit. We ain't got nobody to follow. We ain't got nobody who's leading. You have to lead your own agenda as women. And I noticed this about all of these women groups. If it was going outside of annihilating them as a white woman, they wouldn't have it. These women would cause a goddamn uproar. And black women have been laying complacent because we've been busy just trying to survive and thrive. And the moment when we say something, half of these women that's even speaking out here ain't even black American women.
Exactly.
They're not even us representing this hedonistic 304 culture. I just sit back and watch. I feel like God is hiding us in a secret place. We're how you say we're hidden, but walking
In
in plain
place.
sight. That's what I like. We're hidden and walking in plain sight. I've been studying, I'm still studying. And as time goes on, karma's going to come on a lot of people like a mother frigger, because a lot of these people ain't even Black American people, but it shows me who we are as a people. All I want is Black American women to know yourself. That's all you need to be concerned with is yourself. You be concerned with the male that's in your household. Because reparations don't got shit to do with relations. And the more I see how things are going down, Black American women need to start taking out for themselves. It's time to be super selfish. You trying to erase me and to see a Caucasoid feeling like that as a male? Well, how you
Mhm.
think I feel
On
as
the
a
other
Black
side,
woman?
he's on the other side.
Good.
He's
Camaraderie. You feel that way as a white man?
he's
How
in
you
Europe.
think I feel as a Black American woman?
He's in Europe and he feels that way. Wow.
And I made sure I left a long message. I can't wait to read the comments. Good, because that's how we feel as Black American women over here in America. They are literally trying to erase your identity as a Black American woman.
They're not trying to erase our identity. They're trying to give our identity to other women. They're trying to
Exactly.
listen and give the label to other women. Give the the like the attitude that we have, the persona, like Esther Rowe being Caribbean from the Bahamas and playing a Black American woman. So they're giving a foreign woman our identity because she wasn't playing a
Mm-hmm.
Caribbean woman in that show. She was playing a Black American woman.
Mm.
The same thing with Cicely Tyson. Cicely Tyson was from the Bahamas too. I never knew that. And they have
Yeah.
her play Harriet Tubman.
So this is stuff that we got to look at. It's been going on a long time. And I said, as Black women, it's time to fight for our own agenda. And I was learning this from women who are Caucasoid and Hispanic. They have their own stuff as women that they go and present to their men on how to preserve their culture. Because when giving away our ethnic group or our identity or giving it to others, they give away our culture. Like as
But
if we didn't
black
fight for
men,
this to exist.
I think black men actively give away our culture and our identity, and black women are passive about it. Like they don't actively do it, but they just sit back quietly and let black men do what they want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't do that no more as Black women. We've stayed too much in this country, and he didn't just build this off as black. Slaves did. Descendants of chattel slavery, women and men being whooped side by side and beaten. We don't owe nobody anything but ourselves. We owe ourselves to defend our identity and who we are as Black women. And when I saw that, I made sure I put that in there, and I'm gonna click that on. I want to find the camaraderie. Oh, you don't feel like you want to be erased, extra women, because over here we don't want to be erased either.
And then his woman is the one that actually participating in that erasure, just like black men is
Yeah,
actively participating in erasure of black women. Like whenever they do a music video, a movie, or TV show, they want to put women that don't look like us,
yep,
even though we are the culture. It's like those women are not the culture.
exactly.
We are the
What is
culture.
up? Oh, I made sure I signified that the women that you're dating are not Black American women. Oh, I put a mouthful in there. And as Black American women, yeah, I put in there you dating African and Caribbean women. You're not dating Black women. And I wanted to make sure it was a separation and difference. And I wanted to make sure that they know you feel that way as a white man or a Caucasoid, well, we feel the same way as Black American women. But see, the difference is you control this stuff, you as a male. So since you feel that way, then how about it's an aspect we don't want to be erased either. So when your woman has a child by one of these melanated men, it should be claimed as what she is, by ethnic white. Don't
Trina,
don't
you kind of. Oh, go ahead. You
don't
said
put
should
it
be
over
claimed as what?
by ethnic white.
Mm-hmm.
Why should it be black if it's coming out of white cooch? He made that stigma up. No, it should be white. Anything that comes from her should be white. Anything that comes from a Hispanic woman should be Hispanic. Anything that comes from me should be black. I don't care because it's the whole aspect. Now, when he has a child by me, oh, it's black. He created that one drop rule. No, let it be just how it is in America. The children are based on the mother. This ain't no third world country. This is America, first world. Children are based on the mother. He created that rule. Yes, it's just ridiculous. And it's like I was saying, I said, we don't have no representation for us over here. Black women have been sitting back complacent. We fought the good fight alongside our men. We have been accused of being allies with the white man, all kinds of crazy shit. We got men coming from other groups calling us their women, and we like, we ain't even with you like that. African men, Caribbean, they got whole platforms just dishing our name as Black American women. They don't say African women. They don't say Nigerian woman. They don't say
Yeah.
Caribbean woman.
Yeah.
They say Black American woman. So much so that Black American women have gone over. Some of them were Caribbean and got deleted
Wow.
in Gambia. Looking like one woman said, don't demonize them, looking for love because they don't feel like they have it here. But look at the statistics. Please stop being ignorant. 39% are married, and out of that 39%, 80% he's married to a Black woman. And that Black woman is a significant number that consists of African and Caribbean, and then 20% of that he's married outside of his ethnic group. So do the math properly. So 61% of us in total, we're not married, and that includes these other groups because we have not delineated fully. So just keep that in mind. And I say with Black women, stop having children out of wedlock. This time is not the time to do that. Make
No.
sure that you have a comparable mate because we're heading into hard times, and you should not bring up children into poverty. It's not going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul. Peter and Paul done laid down and they done buried them 6 feet deep. Do not have no more children in poverty. Your mate, whoever you allow to come in your space, whether he is a Black man, white man, Asian man, Hispanic man, should be able to provide to the fullest, or a man from another melanated nation. Now, I would say, because it's third world, African or Caribbean, I'm sorry. With the vitriol that I'm seeing, you have to treat all men the same. Treat them like you would a white man. Analyze them all to the fullest. Nobody gets to pass, and have boundaries, expectations, and make sure you have high standards. No man can tell you what standards that you need for yourself as a woman. Each woman requires something differently. Put yourself first. We are owed reparations. Reparations don't got shit to do with relations. Keep that in mind. We don't owe nobody nothing. You owe yourself the best of what you deserve for yourself as a woman. Period. I do support Black love, but I don't promote it because it's up to you what you want in your life as a woman. I'm not going for that bullshit. We need to be together. We need to procreate. Look, be with the mother figure who can afford to do what they got to do for you. I'm not going for that shit. But certain things have to stop. But I'm looking at our ethnic group, and I was just like, I was bombarded. I was like, good. I want them to feel it because you started it. They should feel it. They started this whole thing with race. They started this whole thing with the one drop. They started all of it. So now this Caucasoid, wherever he's at, whether he's in Europe or here, needs to fix that dumb shit. And I'm glad that they seen as a culture, he feel like he being erased. Oh, well, your Caucasoid group started this. And Black American women can relate. And I made sure I put that in there because I don't like that everybody, because they go with melanated men or they're melanated, everybody gets to claim our identity as a Black American woman. That has to stop. And we do have to work on that as a petition to fight for that. Fight for your womanhood. Fight for your motherhood. These women are protected. We're not. And it's not right. Yes, he doesn't want to be erased. We don't want to be erased either. So that's something to think about. Keep that in the back of your mind. Teach it to your children. Research it. Look it up. Look it up. Research it. And in the next view, and I'll put it in the chat so you can see the video and look at it yourselves. That'll be the next video when it comes up because I didn't clip it, and I'll make sure I put it in our next live so you can see what I showed Kay. It's a shame. And I'm like, we don't got no protection for our identity. You feeling some type of way. I thought to myself, this the nerve, the unmitigated gall. You feel some type of way. Wow. The very man who created this concept. Now he feels erased. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. You feel erased, but you started this shit. Your ethnic group. That's what I'm saying. But you feel erased. Ain't that deep? I was sitting there cracking up. I was like, really? The
Oh, you know something else I want to mention about these fashion magazines, because I noticed this in the last several years too, right? Um, when you go back, let's say if you're looking at Vogue, Elle magazine, any of those types of magazines, I would say what from 80s, 90s, if they happen to have black women in it, obviously it would be black American women, right? And
Mhm.
even if it might have been a Caribbean, she would look like a black American. But I noticed that every time there's melanated women, they're African women. Okay. Now the thing is this: if I'm looking at a Vogue magazine here in the U.S., then I look and there's a melanated woman, it's an African. Then if I look at the Vogue from France, it's an African woman. If I look at the Vogue from Italy, it's an African woman. So then I put these African women all throughout these magazines in regards to what the nationality of the magazine is, right? And in my opinion, it's kind of like an oversaturation of them, because there's no variety. They get a particular type, and so they all look the same. And it doesn't, it's like suppose I guess they think they can throw this woman in, and supposedly she's supposed to represent diversity, but she doesn't. It's just like say if they put an Asian woman in there and then all the Asian women look the same. You know, they pick the ones that the white guys like. They have a certain type of look. They don't
Mhm.
get a variety of Asian women, so you see the same thing over and over again. So it's like they do the same thing with these African women. But I'm saying, well, African women are not Australian. They're not Italian. They're not Spaniard from Spain. They're not American. So why isn't there a Vogue Africa? Or Vogue I don't know, Congolese Vogue or Vogue from Tanzania or whatever. I don't know. Why is it that these African women's always in everybody else's magazine? Why don't they go to Vogue and have Vogue, make a publication that's for African women? And then you have your African model.
Hold up. Pinky, when I have the next live, I'm gonna figure out how to get the video on there because I don't know how to do that yet. But I did save it, so I'll make sure y'all see this video so y'all can read what me and Kay saw and what I sent to Shay. So I'll send it on the next live. By then, I should figure out how to do it because I'm
Yeah,
learning.
you need to show them those two
I gotta
images I
do it.
sent you too. The cover of that magazine
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
that
show
man.
y'all those images too. But
That
this is the weird thing. It's funny how you were saying that because Nigerian women stopped European representation in their country, and they're just going to represent Nigerian women in their country.
and
But they
no
have
other
the nerve
African
to
women.
want this over representation in America. Just keep that in mind too. But
Interesting.
she gets to represent herself all on YouTube and all in American spaces as a Black American woman.
Yep.
This is what I'm saying. This is the audacity.
But
We
Trina,
have
this
no
Trina,
protection
that's
for
the
our
evidence.
representation
Trina,
as Black women.
that's
We
the
have to fight for it.
evidence. That's the evidence that we have to provide when we're talking to Congress or United Nations, whatever it be, maybe. That's the evidence that we need to provide. You see how they're protecting the image of their women in this country, but then that same woman wants to come to the United States and think that she's going to stand in front of the camera and represent Black American women, which she don't even look like us. She's got to put on a ton of makeup to try to look like us, or either she tries to find an African woman that looks similar to Black American women, then put her in the picture, right? But the vast majority of African women don't look like us. It is what it is.
They don't. I'm going to start next month, not the beginning of next month, World Views, on doing it twice a week. I know I've been kind of lazy, so it's going to be on Thursdays and Saturdays. I get real nervous, so nervous. You believe it or not, I don't know how you. When it's me and I'm holding responsibility on doing content, I want to make sure it's right, and it's like it's kind of hard for me because it's not so much that because when I'm talking before you on other platforms or talking on here, it becomes easy. But I want to make sure I give proper information, so I
Right.
get like a little anxiety, and that's why Kay and Shay really help out because these are two Black women that come in and represent. But I want more women to come up because I don't want to be. This is our station. It's not mine. It's
Right.
our station, so we can voice our opinions and bring information. But my mom was like, yeah, I've been lackadaisical because I've been having a lot of personal stuff going on. And I want to make sure that as Black American woman, I'm looking at things and studying stuff before I bring the information haphazard. And it's like things be coming to me, maybe because it's on my feed, but The stuff that I'm seeing as black women, we have a reason to fight for our own identity. Yes, we have to fight as a collective for our community on what we deserve as a community, reparations, legislations and laws and protections for us as a group. Exactly. But there are things that we need to fight for separately and put up a boundary and standards as black women. We don't this we've been far too long taking care of, oh, black American women standing the gap. No, stand in the gap for your damn self. We don't have to do that no more. We're not going to do it. Stand in the gap for us first. Protect yourself first, because there is no protection for us. Period. Martin Luther King said it. We have none. And the legacy and who builds a nation is a woman. A man raises an individual. A woman raises a nation. And I don't want anyone taking our nation and our ideas and everything that we have as black women as ours. We're important too. We're important, and we should be more important to ourselves above anybody else. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. But twice a week, Thursdays and Saturdays. And I'm gonna try and do it on the time period where Kay can come up. I think Ray comes out every now and then, but I also be trying to think about women's work schedules. And a lot of times Megan comes on Friday, BSI come on during the week, and I want to start looking at stuff Ty be putting up, because a lot of times I want to see other people, and then I be researching, looking at just different stuff. Yes, it's a growing process, exactly. And I want it to grow slowly but steady and keep rising. It doesn't have to go boom, but I want us to be able to come on and be able to say what we got to say as black American women, all age groups, 20 and up. I don't care if they 20 to 80 or 20 to 90. We need all kinds, new, old, in between, innovative. We need to talk about a lot of things on how we got here as black women. But this is something for us. But I was talking, and I need to talk with more black women. What is our separate space? What is our separate rights as women? But I thought I was shocked. I had to show with the K. You feel like you being erased? You the one started this stuff. Your ethnic group. I was done. Oh shit. And then you had the nerve to say, but it will not. It will not happen. I said, oh shit.
You see this one comment, let me see. It's Angela said this, and she said, because I talked about this with BSIA. She said, I think online is lying about people's ethnic backgrounds. Yes, Angela Walker, it's not even lying. It's more like a deceitful. And what it is before, when you would go online and you'd be like, oh, who is so and so? Are they, are they full black, or are they mixed, or are they Black American, Caribbean, whatever? You can find the information, right? Now, when you go online, and I mentioned it to BSIA, he said he knows the same thing. You go up and say, if you look at of Zendaya, you look up her father, and it'll say something like, "Oh, her father is of black descent." What the fuck is black descent? That's vague as shit. That's vague,
It
like somebody
is. It
asked,
is.
"What
It
the fuck
is.
is of black descent?" That is confusion. That's just them trying to confuse and muddy the waters between Black Americans and Caribbeans and Africans. Oh, she is of black descent. If she is Black American, why the fuck would you just not say she's Black American? If her father's Black American, just say her father's Black American. Why
Yeah.
would you erase Black American and then put in black descent? Why would you erase Caribbean or African and just put in black descent? Or,
And
but
that's
if they're African, they did go ahead and say African. But then when there's something else, you just put black descent, muddying the waters.
what they're doing. And before it was African descent, now it's black descent. And then that's why I didn't feel bad, because how you feeling erased as a Caucasoid male or white male? That's what he said, white male. He's feeling erased, but your shit is doing this.
Hmm.
You control the media.
But
You're
Trina, I think no,
you're
Trina,
championing it.
Trina. If he's complaining as a white man in Europe, that tells me that someone else has their hands in a pot. It's not just white men. Something else is going on. And I'm going
Yeah,
to tell you, one group of people that got their hands in that pot is white women. Because when you see all this stuff with black, because people keep thinking that every time you see this mess with black men and white women, it's always white men doing it. I'm not saying like Cynthia G says, like, they benefit from pushing their trash white women to black men. I'm saying, yeah, I get that, right? But to me, that can't be the only thing that's going on when you keep seeing it over and over and over again. That
Yeah, it's
tells you someone else has got their hand in a pot besides white men. And believe me, it has something to do with white women. I know this for a fact. Because when they talk about CNN, right? When they talk about the decline of CNN, I've been watching this for since Trump was in office, and they keep talking about how CNN is losing. They've lost so many. What do they call people when they watch the show? Um, I can't remember the name of it, but they've lost a large part of their the people that used to watch it. Right, they've gone down steadily year after year after year, to the point that I think it was last year they moved out of the CNN headquarters. I don't know if you guys know this because CNN had a huge headquarters, and they moved out of that building where they had their headquarters, and they moved back into the original building that CNN started in back in the 1980s. So that tells you that's from 40 years ago. That tells you that they have had a massive decline in terms of their viewership. That's what they call it, the people who view the show. And let me tell you, what happened when they were moving back, it was like the staff got together and they wanted to say, bye to the viewers, like, oh, we're moving from this building, we've been over here for some decades and now we're going to go back to the original building. We're downsizing, right? So they showed the staff, and Trina, my jaw dropped to the floor. I said, what the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? I saw one big overweight head black gay guy. I saw a bunch of overweight older white women. I was like, what the hell happened to CNN? Like, when you think CNN back in the 80s, you think white men, button down shirts, slacks, well groomed hair, the whole nine, that image, right? That's not what CNN is today. And that's why they got all that woke bullshit coming out of there, and they're very anti-Trump, because the people who are working for CNN, they're not white males. They got a whole different crew back there now. And
um,
you see that through a whole lot of these news that
so
are
they're Caucasoid of the male group. Notice I'm saying Caucasoid, and then you have them from the alphabet group. So they're
right.
working their own
You
little.
get
Oh,
what I'm saying? So you got the white women who are against white patriarchy. You got the gay men that probably to some
you got
degree
to
get,
be careful with the terms, Kay. That's why I said Caucasoid and alphabet.
well, whatever it is. Okay, but you get
Yeah.
what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, these are not like when you had back in the day your standard corporate white man that wore the button down shirt, the suit, and all that. That ain't who behind the scenes. That was with CNN. And I've also noticed this with these other news stations. Like they be having a variety of melanated, people with different types of melanation. Um, and then it's like, okay, diversity is good, but you can tell there's a difference between when they're doing diversity and then when they're just throwing like gumbo. They're just like diversity would be a salad bowl where you got the lettuce, tomatoes, the carrots, all the different types of vegetables, and you can see all the different types of vegetables. But that's a difference between saying creating a gumbo where you cook everything down to where it's just one big soupy mess. You see what
Mm.
I'm saying? It's a
And there's
difference.
nothing wrong with diversity. I think we should have
That's
diversity,
what
but
I'm
I don't
talking about.
think, yeah, they
Diversity
don't
is
want
more
that.
like
They
a
want to just
salad
blend
bowl.
people into
Right,
confusion.
right.
That's
They want
the
to
stuff
blend
that
people.
don't get me. And
And
to me, everybody
that's a
should hold their own
genocide.
ethnic tithes.
It's a genocide against Black Americans and white Americans specifically, because everybody else in the world want to come here and call themselves American, but they can't be American because America is white America, Black America. Every country around the world has ethnic groups that are native to those countries, and the United States is no exception. But they want to act as if the United States is an exception, and that therefore that is a country of immigrants. There's no groups of people that are native here. Anybody can come here and be an American, and they get mad when they get checked by Black Americans and white Americans telling them, no, Black Americans and white Americans are native to this country, built,
Mhm.
established this country. The rest of y'all were not here. No, 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 no. You guys are U.S. citizens. We are the ones who are the Americans. It's us. And they want to erase that. They want, when it's funny how they want to be American, but they want to erase Americans.
Facts. And that's the weird part. Like when they said replace, I'm like, well, wow, we're being replaced. So and now you looking at it, Americans are being replaced as a whole. Looks like. but what they're replacing it with is not good. It's we have to fight against it, but evidently this replacement is not just going on in America, it's going on in Europe too, because he said that it's not just going on in America, it's going on in the UK too. And you said he's not in the UK. Where's he at?
No, he's in Northern Europe, like I think Norway. So he's on a continent of Europe. He's not England. England, the UK is on an island. UK,
Okay.
Ireland, those are islands off the coast of Europe. But he's on a continent, Norway.
Hmm.
He's in the northern part of Europe. Like the UK is also Northern Europe, right? But it's on an island. But I mean, he's in continental Northern Europe, on the continent. The northern part of Europe that's on the continent of Europe.
Got you. Pinky is crazy. Wait a minute. That was yeah. That's what they got for fine dining. The chicken, Pinky tripping. Oh my gosh. We have a lot of work to do, but it's a lot of stuff I would say is Black American women. Look at, pay attention to it.
Pinky Well said, hold on, where she say that? Pinky Well said that. Wait. Where is that? Yeah. Pinky was okay. This one comment. That's not the comment. This one, she said that's why they got. That's why they get. No, yeah. Pinky Wilson. That's what they get for firing Don Lemon after he
Mhm.
checked Ramaswamy on Black American history. Exactly, because that's the whole thing. Is them trying to present other people as being American when they're not American, right? They're not. Vivek
Mhm.
Ramaswamy is not American. Vivek Ramaswamy even admitted that his father is here in the United States, and his father does not have U.S. citizenship. I don't know why. He did. Vivek Ramaswamy got like they claim he's worth $700 billion. You couldn't take care of your dad's citizenship. What the hell kind of bullshit is that?
Mhm.
But anyway, Zendaya. I mean, Big Pinky Wells said Zendaya's father's Nigerian. Pinky Wells. I looked that up, and I remember Zendaya was talking about how people were trashing her parents because her parents are kind of unattractive. Like her mom's big, white, and really overweight, and her dad too. And she said both her parents were teachers, right? And I think like maybe high school teachers or something like that. And so that gave me the impression that maybe he's more Black American, because I'm assuming they were teachers and maybe they've been married, for the past 20 years or so. But I looked at him. My first impression when I saw him was Black American. I mean, but I wasn't really making a big distinction at that time. This was a few years back when I first saw a picture of him, and it's when people were disrespecting her parents based on their looks. But I looked at something. I think she said something about her father had like maybe he took a genetic test and he had Nigerian ancestry, something like that. So I don't know if her dad's really Nigerian.
Hmm.
But
All
that's what I
right.
mean about that confusion that they're causing by not giving you a straightforward answer. Because I went and looked up when people say, "Oh, Zendaya's father's Nigerian." I went and looked it up, and it didn't say that her dad was Nigerian. It said something like that he's percentage Nigerian, something like that. So that's very iffy. And you guys know, recently, a couple of weeks ago, I was in the San Francisco Public Library, the main one, and I went past this poster for Black History Month, right? And they were talking about this prominent Black man who was, I think, who was born in San Francisco, right? Maybe like the early 1900s or something. And I was starting to read it, but I stopped because I got really offended. And what it was, they claimed that this guy had a Jamaican father, right? That was the first thing they mentioned, was that his father was Jamaican, okay?
Mhm.
But what did that have to do with him being successful in this country? I mean, being successful in San Francisco? I don't know, because if he was successful in San Francisco, it would have been because of the Black American community here, not because of the Caribbean father that he had, right? Obviously, that's why his Caribbean father came here, or else his Caribbean father would have stayed in the Caribbean. But anyway, then when they mentioned his mother, they said his mother was born in San Francisco. So they didn't even
Hmm.
say she was Black American. And I was so disgusted. I walked right past. I haven't even finished reading this shit. I was just that fucking disgusted. And then I said, okay, when you see shit like this, you need to document it. So I went back and I took a picture of it, right? But yeah, and I read it again just to make sure I read it. It's like, yeah. So they sitting up here, Black American History Month, but they're gonna make a big deal about this guy having a Jamaican father, as if Jamaican father is not a part of Black American history. You know what I mean? Jamaicans are not a part of our history. They got their own history. But you see
Right.
how they're trying to do that, where they're trying to overplay the fact that he has a Caribbean father. What the fuck does his success have to do with having a Caribbean father? It would not have. It would not have him having a Caribbean father, even if that Caribbean father was here in the United States with him, that would not have factored into him becoming a great Black American person, because Caribbeans didn't have any influence here. It was Black Americans who were making things happen here. That's why the Caribbeans came here. So anyway, but then when it comes to his mother, who I am assuming is Black American, the only description they have is that she was born in San Francisco. Like, what the
Mm.
fuck is that? How vague is that shit? So you see how there is like this attempt, this campaign of trying to minimize Black Americans, people, ethnicity in our presence, right? You go look up a see if somebody's Black American. Oh, this person is a Black descent. Like, there's a whole group of people called Black American. Why are you not? And before, it wasn't like that. A few years ago, it would say Black American or Caribbean or something. It would tell you what they were. So how is it that this is supposed to be an information hub, and now you go ahead looking for people's ethnicity, and then they give you a fucking vague description? They're a Black descent. That's not telling you somebody's ethnicity. Black descent is not an ethnicity. Well, you know this person has an ethnicity, so why are you refusing to name their ethnicity, and then you're putting in this vague, muddy bullshit Black descent? And the same thing with this guy. They're gonna tell you what the ethnicity of his father was, because the father was Caribbean. Oh, he was Jamaican. So now they're trying to put this Black American man who had a Caribbean father, um, by ethnic man who has a Caribbean father, as his importance was that he had a Caribbean father. And then when it comes to his Black American mother, who obviously was a part of the Black American community from whom this man benefited, and his Jamaican father benefited from, they're just going to put, oh, she was born in San Francisco. And I look, they got a picture of this guy. This is a full melanated guy. So, it wasn't like his mom was a white woman or anything, right? But you
Mhm.
see this time, you see this again. And then again, Black American History Month. Why is Black American History Month? Why is there a picture of why is, you look at Black American History Month and there's a prominent picture of Africa? Africans,
It
I mean,
is.
Africa,
It's like they're trying to
demographic.
Africanize our culture.
There you go. Trying
Everything
to
like it derives
Africanize.
from
And
Africa, and it does not. It does not at all.
and we need
Like
to fight
that's
this,
what
because this, to me, it has to be.
Blackism and Africanism and all this other Pan Africanism bullshit.
But
Go
it's like
ahead.
BSIA was saying about how, he says, like, we got to lean into our whiteness or Europeanness. I see this, we have to lean into our Americanness, and we have to fight this and say that this is anti-American, because this is a genocide against American people.
Hmm.
In the sense that you're sitting up here trying to minimize American people in their own country. Like, how is this man's American mother, Black American mother, how's his American mother being reduced to, oh, she was born in San Francisco, as if she has no real presence, that she wasn't a
Right.
real person? But then
Right.
here he's got a Caribbean father. Well, his father was Jamaican, like he was something important. Get the fuck out of here. And you know
Yeah.
that in this country, your mother would have carried, for you as a Black person, your mother would have carried more weight than your father.
Hmm. In this country, yeah, because it starts from the woman, especially when it comes to Black American culture. It comes from him passing that title to Black America, because he was basically the master sleeping with his property, who was then the Black woman, and that becomes
Yeah.
now you're the seed of your mother. And now we're being erased, and he has the audacity to feel like he's being erased. Really? Really? That's deep. It's just something to think about.
Pinky well said. Pinky well said. I'm okay with white men running shish, but not immigrants. Yeah, Pinky, I'm gonna have to run with that, because
Yes.
and I'm not even calling them immigrants, just foreign people. But to me, foreign people running away from their own countries that are being run by their own people, that speaks volumes. I'm sorry, I'm not putting my confidence in that. It's just
No.
very problematic.
Very
And
problematic.
Pinky
And
also
you
said,
guys see what they're doing. It's crazy.
yeah,
Go ahead, read it.
yeah,
What Pinky
Pinky
said?
said, America is the only place you can do that. You can't go to Japan or Russia and be them. Exactly. That's my point. And that's why we have to lean into being American. Because I'm like, when people want to come from all over the world and talk about they're American, I'm like, at this point, then we might as well call every human being American. the world American. That's what I'm gonna start telling them. If you're American, everybody else is American too. Oh, you're from Nigeria, you're American. Okay, then all the Nigerians in Nigeria, they're American too. They're just as American as you. I'm gonna throw that mess right back in their face.
No, you don't want to do that. Wrong thing. No. We get to claim all of their shit. Well, what they got? No, we ain't giving them shit. No, hell no. We ain't trying to Americanize everybody. No. Mm-mm. Hell to the hell
No,
no.
Trina, it's a joke. It's to throw it in their face.
Oh,
Like, they what
okay.
I'm saying is that they want to come here and act as if they are American, right? But then you throw it back in their face. Well, if you're American, everybody else in your country is American too. This is how you throw it back in their face because they want to feel like they're special, that they're different from the people in their native country. I was listening to that video that I don't know if you ever came across that video
No,
on
I hear
Megan's
what you're
channel.
saying, but Kay, I think they will think that, yeah, they want them suckers, if given a chance and they open up the border, all of them will try to run here.
But they
I
have
feel
opened
like
the borders. They are trying to run here,
no,
Trina.
no,
They've already doing it. They have.
I would say to Caucasoid people, you need to just give up all of this and leave people where they at. I don't want nobody being no more over here. I know it's a joke, but I don't want nobody
No,
listening
my point
and
isn't
thinking,
that they for them to come here. My point is that they're in their native country, and I'm going to call them American who are in their native country. I'm not going to treat you like, oh, you're special. You're the one that came to the United States, so you're American. No, your people are in your native country. They're American too. I'm just going to call everybody American. I'm just throwing it because
okay, I'll call them
they claim
American.
being
You know what I'm
American.
gonna call them?
But what is there to
You
claim
know
if you
what I'm
say
gonna
that
call them?
everybody
I'm
across
gonna call
the
them
globe is American?
American. No. I'm gonna call them
What'd you say?
American. I'm gonna call them South American. I'm gonna call them South American. They American, South
This is
American.
Worldview said Africans been trying to claim Black Americans that's tied to great success from America. Yeah, like that African artist talking about Tupac is an African. And I was thinking about that today and yesterday. That African artist, he disgraced himself so badly. He got a golden opportunity to come to America to be on a prominent American awards show, right? And to even win an award. And when they put the camera in front of his face for him to talk, he just shitted all over himself, in my opinion. Oh, Tupac, an African named Tupac. He showed that when given the opportunity, he's just going to be a liar. He's just going to lie like Africans do. He's just going to lie for you to sit and
Hmm.
talk about a Tupac in African. And then he did it with that sly demonic face. Like you saw his face did look all kind of sly. And I'm like, damn, dude, you got a golden opportunity and you just showing like you're not an African that has integrity or an African that is proud to be an
Hell
African.
no, they ain't got no
You just
pride.
showed that
They ain't
you
got
were
no
just
head.
another lying ass, scamming ass African. And then they talk about y'all. I want to tell you, y'all ain't no real Africans. You can't tell me that Africans who were here 1,000 years ago with this discrepancy. Something foul happened in Africa, and it became widespread. I sincerely believe that.
Um, no, I think they just tribal, and they'll come on and like tribal people when they fight one another. They'll try to devour you. I think they operating in what they are.
Okay, you
That's
might be
what
right.
they are. That's what they are. We just didn't know. This is something new
Right.
for Black Americans. This is something my ancestors didn't know either. We don't know nothing about that stuff. We just going about our business, our regular 9 to 5s. Ain't nobody thinking about this tribal shit where they trying to take over your identity and devour you.
No, because think about it.
we we
You grew up
just,
on Little House of the Prairie and Star Trek, right? What does that have to do with
yeah.
African and tribalism? Nothing. On the one hand, you're looking at the past of America, and then the other hand, Star Trek, you're looking at the future to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Long
You
before
ain't thinking of no
we was
tribalistic.
watching Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers and Captain and what you
Was
saw
the Captain
Captain
Kangaroo?
Dear old Captain Noah and Captain Kangaroo. We wasn't doing that shit. The most we got with the tribal was the Indians. Woo 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 with the Westerns. And
No.
that was it. Ain't nobody was thinking about running around their long
The
cars trying
only
to take you
thing
out
as
there. We
Black
wasn't in none
Americans,
of
the
that
only thing you hear
bullshit.
about tribes are Native American tribes. That's all the tribes we knew. That was it. The Navajo and the Cherokees and the Blackfoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Pinky said that she read someplace that Zendaya's father is Nigerian. Okay, Pinky, does anybody know what is Zendaya's last name? Because I would assume that if her father's Nigerian, her last name would be a Nigerian name. Does anybody know her last name? I've never heard her last name before. Can someone look that
Who?
up? Zendaya.
Who?
Zendaya. Because Pinky
Oh,
Wells is saying that she read somewhere that Zendaya's
yeah,
father
they did
is.
say she was. I think she was too. We'll look it up. But somebody
Yeah.
look it up and put it in there because I'm not near my phone. Call
Sam
Cora from
Seals,
Google.
Trina Sam Seals said he needs his wrench. He's laughing.
Wait a minute.
Pinky said it's time for American blacks and whites to have a summit. They trying to erase us by saying we are not really citizens, just like the illegals and naturalized people. Girl, please. And you know what? See, this is what we have to think as Americans. It's just like Trina was saying, as Black American women and Black American people, we have to think globally, because when they sit up here and try to erase you as a Black American and trying to say, "Oh, you're just like the immigrant, you're just like the illegals," you know, somebody said that somebody who's the head of the NAACP said that Black Americans migrated from the South to the North, right? We know that.
They've been trying to do
Yeah,
that. How the hell you gonna migrate in your own country? That's just the
no,
stupidest shit. This is
no,
no continent.
no. They've been saying that. I read that decades ago, right? So that had nothing
Yeah,
with these people. When these people started migrating, that's a whole different thing. They're just talking about Black Americans migrated from one part of the US to the other, and that's what I'm saying. Look at any country in the world, that has happened in every country in the world, where people move from the countryside to the big city. Because if you look at the deep south, Black Americans were living in the countryside. When they moved up north, they moved to the cities. That's all that happened, and that's the same in every human country around the world. People move from the countryside to the big cities. Okay, duh. That's been going on for hundreds or thousands of years. Like, and so what they're doing, they're not moving from one part of their country to another part of their country. These people are abandoning their countries, running away and fleeing from their countries. And then when they get called out on it, they want to act like, "Oh, well, you did it too." No, we didn't. We're in our native country. They sound stupid and primitive when they say that. And then furthermore, not only have they run away from their countries, it's just that, like, that Claudine Gay, she, let me tell you what she did.
and
She
she
had
hates.
Haitian, right? She puts
She
down
hates
that
you.
she's the child of immigrants. It's like, no, bitch, you're not the child of immigrants. You're the child of third world fleers. Your family grew up and they fled their third world country. Now you're trying to come to the United States and clean up your image by calling yourself an immigrant. No, you're not an immigrant. You're a third world fleer. Own that shit.
They going by the Dred Scott case because the case never resolved our citizenship in this country. We're native and native born. We don't have. It's. I don't know about no. We're aboriginal to this country. They have citizenship. We don't. That's what we have to get off of, Miss D. We don't have citizenship. We are We are American. They're citizens. We're American. We are American
Right.
American. We don't. We are aboriginal. This is our country.
And they are
They're
you.
citizens. We can't
They
reduce ourselves to
U.S.
citizens.
citizens. Exactly.
We're Aboriginal, so
Okay, so
that Dred Scott stuff, that it's not something they can resolve because we're Aboriginal, born, bred, everything in this country. So they are citizens. They're beneath us with their Ellis Islands. They're citizens. We're not immigrants. We are the product of this country. We are the root, the soil embedded. We are Americans. There's only one true Americans, and that's us. So we got to get off that citizen portion. No, that's why they can't resist, because we are Americans. So who would you hit with your wrench? Oh my god, they crazy. But yeah, I get what you're saying though. But
yeah,
we have
because
to
right here,
look fully to American. We ain't citizen. We're American. That's citizen. We can't reduce ourselves to citizen. We are American.
exactly. That's what BSIA was saying when there was a Black American guy talking about he was supposed to get Social Security. Then they talking about they're giving the funds to these illegal aliens, and he said, "Well, I'm a U.S. citizen." And BSIA said, "You cannot reduce yourself to a citizen. You are not a citizen. You are American. Period." Just like
Yeah,
a
we're
Mexican
American.
in Mexico is not going to say, "Oh, I'm a citizen of Mexico." A Mexican in Mexico is Mexican. Period. He ain't no
Uh-huh.
citizen. You're Mexican. Period. And but what Miss D was saying, they trying to erase us by saying we are not really citizens, just like the illegals and naturalized people. The thing is, if they try that with Americans, they're going to try that with the Europeans too. Okay, because what's happening over here is happening over there. Just like Trina said, you got a European man in the northern part of continental Europe talking about white men being erased by Google.
Yo, and they ain't having it. And I'm sitting there laughing. I had to jump up and just send it to Kay and Shay as I woke up. I said, listen to this shit. You feeling some type of way, but the men in your group may not be your ethnic group, but your group did this shit. And you need to ask your woman that question. That's the irony of it though. That was off the chain to me. And I'm gonna watch it again because that was just crazy. I'm like, is he fucking serious? He wasn't rude or anything. He was like, I'm not racist. And, that's the first thing that come out their mouth. I'm for everyone, but I'm just saying, are they not supposed to be happy? And then he started naming the qualities of what they have as a man. I was cracking the hell up. That's probably when I just went out by then. I was like, because it wasn't that long, but it was long enough that he
Right.
touched some points that I think I started getting
But he's
distracted by
also
something.
like kind of soft spoken. So if you was tired, you probably go listen to his voice. Yeah, he's very calm though. But yeah, that's
Yes.
is that if they're trying to un-American Black American, because you know why I'm saying this about Europe, it just reminded me it trick because I said something about this sounds familiar. They're trying to say that Black Americans are not really Americans, that we're similar to illegals and naturalized citizens, whatever kind of bullshit. The same thing happened in France, and there was all these African migrants that was in France illegally, okay? And they were doing things like doing these protests. And these protests would be so big that they would be shutting down the Parisian airport, the international airport in Paris, right? And they would say things like their protest was like, France is not just for French. Like France is not just for French people. Like they were demanding that they be included as French or whatever. It was kind of crazy, but that's what I'm saying. Like the way
Is
they're
that the
trying
same
to.
thing? Wait. That's the same thing the Asian woman, the Chinese woman was saying about Jamaica. It is not an African island or country. It is a country from one there's many. I was like, what the hell? Last I
Exactly.
think I thought they was Jamaican. She was quoting that no, it's not an African country. I was like,
But
but
did you
yet
see
they
the
over
same
here
thing
all in our business. That
with
shit
that
was deep.
one woman who was I don't know what this woman was. She looked like she was maybe from Southern Europe. She had dark hair. I don't know where she was from, but she lived in an African country, and I think she had citizenship in this African country. She looked like she was probably in her mid to late teens. Flower Tower, I think, just recently did a video on her the past week, and she was saying something like maybe she was from Zimbabwe or something, and oh, I'm Zimbabwean and blah blah blah. So she was speaking in English, and then of course you had Africans from Zimbabwe who were co-signing her. Yeah, that's right, she's Zimbabwean and blah 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 blah, right? Which is
Hmm.
total bullshit because
The
they would
white
be the same ones that would, when somebody is Zimbabwe born outside of Africa, they'd be like, oh, you're not Zimbabwean, you're not African, you were born over you, and you like a Black American or something like that. Or they will say a Black American is not African, but you're gonna tell me that this white person, this Caucasian person, moved to your African country, and now they're African like you? What?
man.
So
This
you
is a
see how
lot.
there's this attempt
Miss
to
D
make
say,
it
yep,
sound
a lot
like
of Moorish
people who
channels
are
try to
native to
say
this
we're not
country.
aboriginal to this country. A lot of melanated people love their channels. Yeah, everybody's trying to take us off of our square of this land. Pay attention to two things that they want. They want claim to our Americanness, our land, and black. You cannot go from Pan Africanism, Africanism to Blackism. They want your black identity, and they want your land, and they want your history. And
Yes,
a lot of
the
things that
history, Trina,
we're
the
not African.
history,
You gotta
the
look at the
lineage, the accomplishment, the
yes.
citizenship, the country, the whole.
They want
Yes.
all of that. They want your whole bag. That's that tribalistic stuff. Do not get into no religious ideologies. I do believe in God. That is my personal business. But be mindful of religious ideologies. Be mindful of false ideology, Pan-Africanism, Hotepism. Sometimes you have to watch a Christianity, Islam, Hebrew Israelites, Moorish, all of these ideologies. You got all of these things around you. Pay attention. You have all of these ideologies, bars and funeral homes. All you're left with is an empty, an empty existence. Now, I'm not saying that God is not real. You have to believe on your own context. But you have to be careful of these ideologies. As you pay attention, all of these ideologies we have, and we have the most violence in our neighborhood. Women giving up their monies to these organizations like Pan Africanism. If you look at where the lady was running down the aisle trying to touch the hem of the garment of Umar Johnson, as she said, "You know me, Umar." It looks like the same thing. We as Black women have to be mindful what we've been following, ideologies led by a lot of lost, degenerate, misled, melanated men. Some men from our ethnic group, others from African and Caribbean descent. You have to now start questioning who these people are. You can't go by what somebody looks like, because you can get someone who's Arabic and they look like they're Hispanic, but that does that mean they're Hispanic? Black Americans can no longer call people something by their skin tone. Skin tone is not a factor, and I am going to do that
Yeah, it's
in
becoming
our Black
that's becoming
American
ignorance
community.
to do that. The state
Yes,
of ignorance.
that's ignorance. Because in our Black American community, we can have the person be from the lightest to the light to the darkest of the dark. That is not in an African community. That is not in the Caribbean community. And if it is, they're not a part of our community. We
Yeah,
know
but it's
who
not
we
as prevalent
are.
in the community. It's very prevalent among Black Americans, not
It's
so much
very
Caribbeans.
prevalent. It's very prevalent amongst us, and we cannot go by, well, they Black to me. They're not Black. They're not Black. Black, again, get this through your head. Black is not a skin tone. It's an ethnicity. Black is not a race. There is no such thing as race. And what I liked about how this man that me and Kay looked at, and I sent it to Shay too, that this Caucasoid man from the UK or wherever, UK, you know where he's from, was feeling what we're feeling, because you started this. So what I like about it is that he was feeling the same thing about erasing us. He's feeling it all the way over there. And he said it's not only being felt there, it's also being felt in America. So he had the audacity as a Caucasoid man to be feeling this. But in your ethnic group, you're the ones who started this. You started it. So this man will now have to fix it. This man is the one who primarily runs the global identity of everyone, because we all know he gave us our identity. I'm talking about Caucasoids, and he gave Africa its identity, even down to the tribes and the countries that he named. Now you have the unmitigated gall to feel some type of way like you're being erased. Really? The irony. And that's something I would like to play so you can see it. The irony that you feel that way. And that's why I say, as Black Americans, we can't get bombarded. That's what I'm saying. Our job, because I'm not feeling sorry in any way, fashion, or form for these Europeans. I only feel for us as Black American women, because you're not going to erase my identity as a Black American woman. And I feel like our voice as Black American women have not been heard. We tend to speak out for everyone, but we don't speak out as profoundly as we should for ourselves. And I say this because this is a Black American woman station, where how do we feel when a woman who is white can have a child by a melanated man, and then she pushes her child over here to a Black American, and not an African identity, not a Caribbean identity, but Black American. To me, it's vitriol with that. It's a vitriol. It's a jealousy. It's a disdain. And jealousy, I need y'all to understand, is just one hair thread from hate. And the two have the same ending, very violent and volatile. And just like he doesn't want to have ethnic genocide as a Caucasoid or white man, neither do we as a quote unquote Black American woman. So now, again, Black is not a color. Black is an ethnic group. And just because you see someone with melanated skin, that could be someone from India. You already got fooled as Black Americans. We got a whole hyena in the White House calling herself Black American, and she's a whole Brahmin Indian and a whole Jamaican. You had a whole fake behind president who ran us into the gutter, but he was part Irish and part Kenyan. not black at all. You have to get these things correct. What our boomer ancestors have done and those before us, it's unfortunate how it has happened. But as black Americans, we have
We
to
have to
figure,
course correct. It's called
we have
course
to
correction.
force correction.
Yeah,
I
get
don't
back
care
on
if
the
you
right
have to
course.
bite your tongue off until you bleed. Don't you call them black. And don't be like, you are black. Every time you give them black, you are hitting yourself in the forehead, in your temple with a hammer. That's what you're doing. You are slowly and painfully knocking yourself out of existence. Correct yourself each time. If they're Nigerian in their country, that's what they should continue to be when they come to America.
That's what, Trina. If you are Nigeria in Nigeria, you're Nigeria wherever you go in the world. That's it. There's no further discussion. You don't go to Australia and be in Australia. Did you hear that video that Mouthy Megan did? It's an African sister who is dragging Africans, and she's talking about how Africans go all over the globe to other people's country and they try to steal other people's identity. She was dragging her asses. I don't know if you heard that video. I was just listening to it a few days ago, but it's one of the best videos that's on there that Mouthy Megan has. And she says she doesn't understand what's going on with Africans. Like, say, if they're in Spain, they're talking about they're a Spaniard, and then because they speak the language. And she said when a Spaniard person will tell this African person, "You are not Spaniard," and then this African person will have like a damn meltdown and start talking about, well, but I was born here and I speak the language. I said, yeah, they do the same thing in the U.S. And that's what she was saying. You're not American. You're African. You know that you're from the Congo. So why are you sitting over there talking about you American and you're stealing somebody else's identity?
Hmm. That's how you got Joy Reid up there talking about she a whole American, speaking on black American issues. You got a whole mother figure in the
She doesn't
UK.
even, when you look at her, she doesn't even look American. When you take a close look at her
No,
face, she does not have the face of an American woman. She does not.
with them lopsided wigs. Every time she put on
And
a wig, the wig.
and that hair, oh
Please,
my gosh.
please stop. I wonder what's under that crown of hers. Could you put your wear your own hair? That's another way, it won't ever look natural. I hope it never look natural. I hope that shit just one day I
You
hope it just walk clean off their head
you remember
and
when I
say
told
I
you
had
about,
enough.
you know, Chrissy? Trina, you know Chrissy, right?
Mhm.
So I
Yeah.
told you guys, Chrissy had started a magazine called Dark Skin Divine. No, Divine Dark Skin. So the first
Hmm.
year, it was a digital magazine, right? It was just online. And then she transitioned and made a print magazine. So she decided to do the first magazine, the first cover, right? And I remember I looked at it and I didn't like the model that she used. I said something's off, something wasn't right. It just didn't. And she had a model wearing an afro, and I'm just
Hmm.
like, something doesn't look right. So I go look at the credits, like this model, and it's an African woman. And I'm like, no wonder the afro don't look right on her. And then when they showed her the picture, she had a, like, so they showed a picture of her, the African model, with the magazine, like with her picture on it, like when she was taking a picture with the magazine, they had her cover on the cover. And then I noticed, like, oh, so she doesn't even wear her hair natural. She had her hair permed and straightened. And I said, this is funny. So you went and picked an African woman who, first of all, doesn't even wear her hair natural, and
Hmm.
then you put her in an afro, and the afro is a Black American hairstyle. And I'm like, this does not look right. And I'm like, why? And I was so offended that after that, I just cut Chrissy off, because I said, when you do something like a magazine that's dedicated to dark skinned women, that is historical, and that you have a Black American mother, okay? So you're in the United States of America, the country, native country, Black Americans. So the first person on that magazine was supposed to be an American woman, a Black American woman, because this is history. You can put the Africans or Caribbeans on the later other issues, but the first one was supposed to be a Black American woman. And I'm like, this is fucked up. Why did she get that? But then I was like, yeah, she's told you she has a Caribbean father, and that was when I finally realized she's not the same as us. It was a harsh reality, because I used to ride hard for her, and I really thought, like, okay, she's Black American like us. But I would notice that there were things that she would say that would catch me off guard. Like she would say sometimes, she would say, yeah, the older like, it's her channels about dark skinned women, right? And dark skinned girls. So you go over there as a dark skinned woman. Then she would say something like, yeah, the older generation needs to shut up. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, Black Americans really don't say stuff like that. Like, we tend to have a respect and a reverence for the older generation.
I'm
Like,
gonna have
even
to question her whole revenue on her being a Black American woman fully, because what Caribbeans tend to do, Charlie said that these ones who were born here, they will call themselves American, and if the father's from the island, he will call himself Jamaican. I'm telling you, they all confused. So I would even have to question her whole aspect. Is her mom really Black American? Is she really Black American? They do that.
Well, what she said, this is what she said. Her mother was Black American. I think she's raised by, I think maybe she and her sister maybe was just around 10 or 12. Her mom remarried and then they live with their dad, their mom and their stepfather. But I don't know what the ethnicity of the stepfather is. I think he might be Black American. But anyway, what she said is that when she was growing up and she would go around the Caribbean side, right? The Caribbean side of her family, she said, this is the first time I heard this. She said, yeah, like the Caribbeans and Africans, they're always speaking badly about Black Americans. And this was the first
Mhm,
time I heard this. And I said, no, I didn't know that. I didn't
mhm,
know that. And so she said this. She said it very casually, like it was normal. And then when I saw how she did that magazine where she put an African woman in our Afro on the first cover, I'm like, look,
mhm.
darkism or any kind of racism with dark skinned Black people, that is a specific experience that Black Americans have. Caribbeans and Africans do not have that experience in their native country. They do not have that experience until they come to our country. And even still, it isn't the same because they haven't gone through it for generations. So why would you put them on the cover? When you talking about Black people experience racism because of dark skin, because of racism against dark skin, that first person who was supposed to be in that magazine should have been a Black American woman, a dark skinned Black American woman. That's our experience. That's not the goddamn fucking experience of an African.
It
That
is
shit.
not.
I cut
Now,
her ass off.
what hits me with her in her space and in Cynthia's space, they cater to all women who are melanated.
Oh,
Now, Chrissy being on the aspect of being a darker skinned woman, she feels some type of way. And she does have a father who's Caribbean, and her mother is, as she claims, Black American. Now, you see Viral Debates. Viral Debates also has a Black American mother and a Caribbean father. She made that
so does
utterly.
Tanya TKO too.
But listening to, I don't know about neither one of them two. I question Chrissy and Tanya TKO because they lean towards their Caribbean fathers. And
You
what I noticed,
noticed that, right?
yeah, and what I noticed is with Viral Debates, she does not. That's why I question the aspect. Do these women actually have Black American mothers? Because if they
Because
do,
they could
just
also
like,
cause
wait a minute,
maybe a
just like
brother who was
Meghan
born here.
Markle's, just like, yeah, just like Meghan Markle's mother, they dropped the ball. And that can happen sometimes because some
But
Black American
Meghan
women,
Markle's
depending on
mother
her,
is Black American, right? For
yeah,
everybody
but
knows.
sometimes dropping the ball when I'm saying ethnic group,
Part
because I'm
two.
not going to
Part two.
separate that white man from these two Caribbean men. They're both foreign men, different ethnic groups. They can drop the ball if they have are Black women with a lower self esteem. Now that doesn't usually happen. It does not usually happen because one, Black American women don't come outside of their ethnic group like that. And if she's a mother of strong continents, like Viral Debates mom, she was leaning towards her Black American side. And that's what I tend to see as a Black American woman with our children, whether the father is of a another ethnic group, whether the ethnic group be African, Caribbean, white, Hispanic, whatever, even though we
But
don't date out as much.
But you remember
So
that book I
I would
told you
have
they
to
did
question
about
that.
Black women marrying white men, and they said when they asked those white men what did they like about their Black wives, they said that they're true to their culture.
That's why I
Yeah,
said that's
but they
rare.
made those
That's
kids
why
with
I'm
Black
questioning
American
that.
mothers usually do come out pretty well.
Because
Yeah,
that's what I was saying with Charlie when she was saying, that if they're born over here, and if you look at what happened, the Asian woman gave you a pure context of what happens. Once they're born over here, their direct link to Jamaica is severed if they're born in America. She told you. China runs that. So say for instance they over here and they're in their 40s, 50s, or 60s, they don't go back home and whatever, and they have their lineage over here, they will then claim America.
that's
A lot
true.
of them will claim Black. So I don't know because both of these girls have a lower self-esteem on that aspect. So now I have to question, are they Black Americans? And
But
the
you know
reason
they
why
call Chrissy a colorism crybaby, right? And you know what you were saying about how the Caribbeans and Africans have a whole different perspective
they have a
about
whole
colorism
different
than we
perspective.
do. So that could also
Mhm.
explain Chrissy's feelings, you know.
Yeah, they be in it in a different way, and then we keep calling them Black Americans. So when you get someone like a Tanya TKO and a Chrissy, we've been telling them for the longest that they Black Americans. We've been telling them that they Black. So they say I'm Black, I'm American, I'm Caribbean, I'm American. They take those and they run with it because we pushed it there. Now we have to reprogram, retrain ourselves, and know that we were giving away our ethnic group. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
a
but
training
I
to
don't
look
think
at.
we, but Trina,
When you
like
keep
this,
doing it, look
this is
at it
what
as
I
that
don't.
you're giving away your children's legacy, their future. You have
Yeah.
to
See, I
train
don't
yourself to do it. But go ahead.
we were looking at it from a race perspective because that's all we knew. We didn't have like in the United States, you don't hear too much about ethnic groups. If you did, you heard about the Europeans, you know, the Irish, the Italians, and Germans, right? But other than that, we or either tribes like the Native Americans tribe, the Blackfoot, the Navajo, Cherokee. But other than that, far as ethnic groups, we didn't really know about that. With us, it was just like, oh, you're black and that's your race and that's it. So when these other people came in, they look like us. We're like, okay, well, you're black, that's your race. That's it. You know, that's the way we saw it. So I think we can't chastise ourselves too much. We have to be realistic and say, okay, why did we think that way? Because that's all we knew. For centuries, we were reduced to our the color of our skin, and then told the color of our skin was also our race. So it took a lot for us to come out of that way of thinking. And this has been the good thing. Like every cloud has a silver lining. The good thing about this cloud of nonsense that has come from foreign people from all over the world, the good thing is that it has made us one realize that we are native to this country. Because 5 years ago we were not saying that we was native to the United States of America. When we thought native, we only thought Native Americans. It forced us to realize that we were native to the United States of America, and then it also forced us to realize these people are not black. Now that they're here in our country and we're dealing with them face to face, interpersonal interactions, we're like, oh shit, they're not black. Now we know.
Sam, we're not going by this ideology. When the white man did his doings with the black woman who was his property, that child became black. We're not going with that. We fighting for our own identity. We ain't going with that. You are what the father is. We, as a Black American culture, don't subscribe to that. We have two separate agendas outside of us getting reparations. Y'all not going to erase us and keep y'all kids. We not going for it. So the white man is feeling like he being erased, and the black woman feeling like she being erased. So no, if it comes from us, it's black. Y'all do what y'all want to do. Yeah, it's bullshit. This is the stuff they push. This ain't no third world country. We ain't going for that nonsense.
Oh, I
No.
wanted to say this. Hold up about Zendaya's father, because I remember when I first heard that Zendaya's father was African Nigerian, right? And I looked it up. This was last year. Okay, I just looked it up again, you guys, and this is what I'm finding out. It looks like Zendaya's father is Black American. What he did, he took some genetic tests and then find out that he has some Nigerian ancestry. So when you look up her father, it says, oh, her father's name is he has an American name, right? But he's of Nigerian descent. It actually says this. From what I can tell, this is a Black American man, and they're talking about, oh, he's of Nigerian descent. How the fuck he's going to be of Nigerian descent when Nigeria didn't even exist for more than like 100 years? Like, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, this is what it said. I just read this. This is the same thing I read last year, and then it says that when he found out that when he took a genetic test and found out that he was of Nigerian descent, and how the fuck you gonna be a Nigerian descent? You Black American? You're a mixture of all different kind of African ethnicities. Anyway, so it says that he took a genetic test. When he found that the genetic test said that he was a Nigerian descent, he changed his name to a Nigerian name. He picked the first. It looks like he picked the first name and a last name of two Nigerian names. I don't know what they. I was just reading it. Okay, so far as I know, guys, this is something that he changed his name to a Nigerian name. He's, far as I can tell, he's Black American who took a genetic test, found out he has some Nigerian ancestry, and they talk about he's of Nigerian descent, as if to say that this man is from Nigeria. He took a genetic test and he's from Nigeria, which didn't even exist at the time. His ancestors were taken from Africa. Guys, the bullshit against Black American people, and he's one of these dummies that fell for it. So y'all can look that up. But this is the second time I read this. I read this last year, and it's saying the same thing right now. So far as I know, her father is in Nigeria. He's a Black American, and he took some dumb genetic test. Probably didn't read the fine print that said this is for entertainment purposes only. Apparently, he missed that part. He took the shit seriously.
Oh, well, that's a lot of them go for that. What do you call that shit? They don't know that the test is an entertainment. Worldviews, don't argue with that. We taking that Caucasoid man who started this, made up this rule. We are defending our identity and our identity alone, and we have every right to. I'm not thinking about them. They gave away our identity. It was a Black American man who went up there and didn't want gave away our identity of Black. So all we need to secure is our identity as Black American women, and what comes from us is Black American. So that white Caucasoid man gonna feel some type of way. So I don't know what they doing, but we need to just concentrate on what we do. Our identity was given away by our men. Keep
And
that
we're
in
gonna
mind.
take it back, just like that
We
white
need to
man
take
that's in
back
over
and
in
get
Europe,
our
and he's
identity and
like,
our
they're
identity
not.
only.
He's not gonna let them take their white identity. Then if they trying to take their white identity, they're gonna take it back. We on the same damn page. We on the
We
same
on
damn
the same
frequency.
page.
The
This
same
we ain't
frequency.
on no fight for that. The Black man didn't want it. We didn't. He didn't ask us. We want our identity as Black women. That's all we fighting for. That anything come from us is Black. That's all. And anything that come from them should be white. I'm not concerned about what no. We ain't following them no more. They done gave us false ideology, Pan Africanism, Pan whatever. We not thinking about them. Because the Caucasoid who running this is feeling some type of way. So all we need to do as Black American women is secure our identity as Black women. I don't know
Yeah,
why you would want to call it Black if you were a white woman or Hispanic woman. She gets to keep her identity. This is what goes to show you that Black men don't give a shit about us or our identity. They give a damn about themselves. And that's what Black American women should have been doing. We should have been doing this. This type of treason behavior, and then they want to call you all kinds of what you call Cynthia G and all of this other bullshit. They don't give a damn about our identity. You have to give a damn about it. Keep in mind, keep in mind that all of these other groups of men protect their women identity. Ours is not. No, our men ran behind the scenes like a cockroach, Jesse Jackson, and gave away our identity and called us African, linked us up to a third world country, go and lay
a
around with all
third
these
world
other women,
continent, Trina. A
third
third
world
world
continent, then go and lay around with all of these other women that ain't us and then want to call them Black. Get the fuck out of here. No,
Hey, hey, Trina,
we ain't subscribing to them.
I'm gonna
Like you
read this
said,
what
don't
Angela
follow no
said.
Black man with these ideologies. Only thing we got in common is getting our reparations. Reparations don't got shit to do with relations. Who you lay with is your business, because as far as he concerned, he ain't got no woman. You are held accountable to the man that's in your room, your Black American man, your African man, your Caribbean man, whoever is providing for you, whoever you have that camaraderie with. But as a collective, as a collective, we better fight for our identity. And it's so funny that the Caucasoid feel funny about his identity and him being erased. Well, as Black American women, I've been talking and we feel like we being erased. I don't know how the Black man can feel like he being erased. You was the one who threw your identity away in the first place. And then you go lay up with a bunch of other women. So I'm not concerned about them. I'm concerned about securing our identity as Black women, because all of these other groups, their identity is secure. So don't argue back and forth with the man who threw away our identity. They don't want to be Black. We just want to be Black women. They can be whatever, and we're not saying they can lay where they want to lay. They've been doing it. We don't care. It's not even about a gender thing. It's about our identity as Black women and our womanhood and our motherhood. Period. Stand on that. That's all we got to stand on. Anything else, it don't make no sense. We don't got to follow them. We only fight for one thing in common, and that's reparations on what they owe to us as a people, as an ethnic group. Outside of that, for all of the women who want to follow along and go down into the pits of her own abyss and the poverty, go right on ahead. But when it comes to our ethnic identity and what we contribute as Black American women, that is what it is. She shouldn't be able to claim no damn whole I'm a Black. I'm just saying, if she come from a white woman and she says, she should say she's bi-ethnic. She got a white mother and a Black father. Why the hell she gets to claim being a Black woman? What the fuck is that? This is how you know your Black men don't give a shit. Pay close attention. Secure your own identity. At this point in time, we are not our ancestors. Fight for your own identity. Got a whole manosphere group out here. They don't say they hate Nigerian women or African women or Caribbean women. They say they hate black women. And what do we get? Oh, well, we don't know who it is. Well, This is what it is with these men in our group. Not all, but too fucking many. It was a black man who told these damn women to go and be Pan-Africans and then get the fuck deleted. That's black men who did that. Remember that shit. Told her it was okay. Go here to Nigeria or go to the continent and find you a man, and now they 6 feet deep. Remember that shit. Your man told you to do that. Some of you crazy women follow that shit too. Following these ideologies, they cocked up on another continent. Remember who brought those ideologies out. And they still trying to sell you that bullshit. You ain't got to be loyal to him. You be loyal to yourself as a woman. We're only loyal to one thing, getting our reparations. You loyal to the man individually who's there for you, not to no man that you don't fucking know. Black men been pulling this bullshit. We got to stick. No, fuck that shit. These women cock the fuck up and still going because we following they fucked up ideologies. They're fucked up religions. They're fucked up what you call Pan-Africanism and all this other bullshit. Fight for your identity. Thinking about him. Next thing you know, he gonna come up with some other shit. I'm Humpty Dumpty Wumpty. And now we going all the way to the moon. This motherfucker comes up with new ideologies every time you look. Making money off of your demise. At this point, I don't see why black American women so true. I don't see no Hispanic men on there talking about black women's hair and what she doing with her nails and sending her all the way to another country to do bullshit. Remember, your black men with these ideologies, bringing in these other ethnic groups, done sent your black ass to the continents to get cocked the fuck up. Wake up. Fight for our own identity. All I'm telling you, when I play the joint, they feel some type of way. So we have a right. If he has a right to feel like he don't want to be erased, so do we. I don't give a damn about what black men feel about this. If he felt some way about being erased, he shouldn't have ran around like a cockroach and gave away our identity. And now we ain't no longer black, we African. Remember that shit. This is about us. For you women who want to keep following them, then run down the aisle and wait for them to build you a school that's just sitting there empty. Wait for him to lead you to the other side as the churches is empty because they tell you you're going to close that shit, the white man, because we got another disease coming around. Wait for him to tell you that you Humpty Dumpty to the east and Snow White to the left. And we got Wakanda in the middle. Y'all better stop following these mother freakers. At some point in time, we have to stop the nonsense. A lot of these men in our community live in la fucking land. We have to stop following them. This is about our identity. We have every right. We're not linked at the hip. We don't owe him nothing. We owe our ethnic group and our children a future as black women. Black women raise a nation. Every man knows this. A man raises an individual. That's why we in the position we're in. While they ran rumshot over here. The only good chance that we got is the same one who started this shit. Now he feel like he being erased by his own bullshit. Oh, well, fix it, Mr. White Man. Sorry, I had to go in, but I'm tired of that shit. Don't make them make you feel guilty. We have a right to fight for our ethnic group and our identity. as Black American women. And for him to feel like that as a Caucasoid or a white male, then we have every reason to feel like how we feel as a Black American woman. They want to say we side with him. We ain't even laying up with him like that. We ain't laying up with his damn uncle. We ain't laying up with him like that. But I bet you can look all online and see who is. He's seen who is. He pulled up the pictures. Did you see who he was laying up with, Kay? It wasn't us. He saw his woman where she was laying. I think they're going to have a discussion. And as Black American women, so should we. Because what he said was, it ain't going to happen. So therefore, that means he better fix this shit. And when he fix it, we need our identity as Black American women. And anything that comes from us and only us is Black. That's this discussion I saw. What did you see, Kay? Did you see that? Oh, okay.
What was that?
Did
You
you
talking?
see what he was saying?
I know he was,
Anything?
but did
Oh,
he
okay.
put? He bring up images? I don't.
Yep, he brought up many images.
Oh, I didn't notice that part. I was listening because I think I was listening. I was walking and I was listening to it.
Oh, you got to
Oh,
look up the images. He pulled
I
them
gotta
up.
go
I
back.
was like,
I'm gonna check
okay.
it out on YouTube because it kept stopping on
Mm-hmm.
when I was walking. I had a
Yeah,
problem.
when you get a moment, look at it. He brought up images. That's why he told you to Google it. And that's okay. They can love who they want to love. And I made sure I said that too. I said we asked the same question that you asked. I guess he gonna ask his woman. I said we asked our men and we don't care no more. I don't care. Please don't think as a Black American woman, many of us are jealous. Some of us do care. They want that Black love. I'm done with that bullshit. Love who you want to love, and be where you want to be celebrated. Because anything that comes from you, you raise it as Black. But I never knew an Irish woman could raise a Black American child. Let me know where that happens at. Help me understand. This is the stuff that we need to look into. But evidently they're having that discussion because that's what I saw when I show it to you, and I will play the video. I have to figure out how to do it. They are having that discussion. It sounds like everybody linking up with their own ethnic group. As Black American women, we just need our own ethnic identity as Black American women. That's what I think we need to fight for. Because other than that, we will be erased. I'm not trying to have no woman come all the way from another side and get to say she Black. Fuck that shit, coming from a whole white mom or Italian mom or Irish mom. That's why we got the president we got now. And his father ain't even got dang Black American. He got a whole Kenyan dad. But this all comes from a Black American man who went all the way to the other side, ran around like a cockroach, and changed our name from Black to African. Remember that. Because they'll always remember you about that whole thing with loving versus loving, like there was a Black woman, which she was not, who was the first to marry a quote unquote white man. She was not Black. She was not our ethnic group. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. We always taking the L and be told you're bitter, you're jealous, you're just overreacting. Keep that in mind. We don't have nobody that we need to follow. Black American need to women need to follow her own mind and look to the hill of the Most High. If you're spiritual, because I ain't religious, look to God for some guidance and start veering off. And for the ones who want to follow him with his Hotepism, his Pan Africanism, now he want to do it. He's just all over the fucking place. Nobody takes this shit seriously. Wakandaism, we all over the place. Stop following them. We don't have a proper policy or any type of context that can help us as a group to elevate, because we was following all kinds of false religions and all kinds of stupid ideologies. Now he done gave away our identity. I want mine back. Evidently he didn't want it, and I don't care. He can be red, blue, mustard seed for all I care. I'm just saying that anything that come from us as Black women should be Black, and we should be the only Black women. Period. Keep in mind, this all started from a Black American man running around like a nut, giving away our identity for a bag or low self-esteem. I don't know, and I don't care. But evidently, this Caucasoid male and others like him feeling like they gonna be erased. So there's our hinge. You feel like you gonna be erased? You started this shit as Black American women. We don't want to be erased. You're only connected to the man that you have a relationship with as an individual. We are a part of the same ethnic group. But it sure changes things when the man in your ethnic group gives away your identity. So therefore, we don't have no real alliance on certain things. On certain things we do, on certain things we don't. Because I've never seen any other ethnic group, the male goes out and give away your fucking identity. So that kind of cuts ties on certain things. I want y'all to think about that. Jesse Jackson and the ones who went behind that. Sam, look, you better look at BSIA shit. We ain't got no identity. A black man did it. That's who the man is. I ain't gonna go through all of that. Figure it out. They sat right there like a bunch of Humpty Dumpty dummies and gave away identity. So technically saying we don't have an identity. Africans can call themselves African. They can call themselves Nigerian, which is the country they come from. They can call themselves their tribe. They can call themselves Black American. Thank you, Mr. Jesse fucking Jackson and all of the Humpty Dumpties who did it to get money. So that y'all like to blame us for stuff. So there you go. You will say that the quote unquote black woman, that's just one woman, was the one who did the marriage thing. So therefore that's why y'all go out with other women. So now we can say y'all was the one who gave away the identity because y'all like to generalize us as black women. So as black women, fight for our identity. You raise a nation. And I don't want no woman coming all the way from here out of the cooch of a white woman coming over here talking about she black and her mama Irish. Again, that's how we got Obama. Seems like to me, if Obama is coming from a white woman, wouldn't Obama be able to go over and say he just a full Kenyan and take over the Kenyan space? Why would he get to be black American? This is the stuff we got to look at. So on this, as black American women, take this and pass it along. Your ethnic identity as a woman, as your motherhood, is being attacked. Everybody can come over here and speak for you as a woman. We have no voice as black American women. None. And we need to become our own voice. Chuck the bullshit that we being on trade. We ain't betray nobody. You need to fight for your own stuff as women. And this is where we make that separation and tie. Yes, as an ethnic group, we fight for what we need to fight for as an ethnic group because of reparations. But reparations don't got shit to do with relations. Fight for your ethnic identity. We don't want to be erased. And clearly, Brad or Huckleberry Finn don't want to be erased either. Whatever he is, Dutch man don't want to be erased either.
Trina, why you call that man
I
Huckleberry
don't know
Finn?
what he is. I was sitting there like, but what the fuck? This motherfucker sitting under the rock in the mountain like they're not going to erase me. I'm fine with them mixing, but we're not being erased. And then the white women in there, let's have more white babies. And I'm like, somebody seen some shit. Well, wait a minute, you started this shit. We feel the same way. So now, don't let nobody make you feel otherwise. But they're women. I saw their women answering them questions, and it looked like majority. Over 80% of their women is right along with them. So it sounds like they about to do some house cleaning. Y'all, I want y'all to see this video while he sit under the rock contemplating. What the hell? I'm like, what is this? And it wasn't just the men from that country. They were all in there from America to Europe. Anyone who was Caucasoid was having this conversation. He basically said he ain't being erased. Well, I ain't being erased either. That's the way I feel. So as black American women, consider that. Again, when we come up again, hopefully on Thursday or Saturday, I will try to have that. It was really interesting. I felt like he had an audacity and a mitigated goal because he was the one who started this race shit. And then you won't feel some type of way when the belt buckle busts you in your face. You started it. So, I don't want our womanhood, our motherhood to be given away so easily, even though it was. Our identity was, but our womanhood and our motherhood is what we need to fight for as Black American women. We have that right. Stop accepting everything in your fold so easily. Yes, accept your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, whatever. But when it comes down to our ethnic identity as a Black American woman, you have a right to fight for your motherhood and your womanhood. You have a right. And that's what we're going for. But everybody up in here claiming to be Black. Because this simple Simon mother frigga went running behind like a raid of a cockroach, giving away our identity. Keep that in mind. Know our history and know what we have to fight for as Black American women. Start putting ourselves first. Yes, there are things that we need to do as an ethnic group, but there are things that we need to do for our survival as women, for our motherhood and our womanhood. Now everybody can play a Black woman. They can be 304's trash. We getting dragged for filth. These women around here, we looking around mother freaking Black women that I know minding their business going to work, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, tired from a 9 to 5 day, cooking for your children, making, and now we getting dragged for filth. Look at the Black women with the funky weave and the funky coochie. And I'm like, when ain't we ain't know how to do our hair? When have we ain't know how to wash our ass? That's when I knew these suckers was laying around. Because when you that explicit to talk about her vaginal area and her wig, you done got close, brother. So I know you done sipped the funky foo-foo. That's on you. Because when you go as far as to say her tail stink, that means you've been up in it. Now, if you said body odor, that would be different. But you talking about her tail stink, you done dropped the drawers and pulled off the wig to know she ain't got no edges. Now, I done showed you pictures from the 20s to now. All of a sudden, we done got flipped, turned upside down and don't know how to do our fucking hair. No, this mother freaker done fucked the foo-foo and he done messed with the oxtails. That's on him. Like that 95-year-old man said, look up the video on YouTube. You're overfucked. You done in the home and you done fucked out and gave away your energy. You don't even know what you're sleeping with. You're sleeping with hoes, skis and skanks and 304s. That's your problem. Black women, ex, name, social. If they say the parents is dead and you're not sure, walk away. Don't lay it with something because of its skin tone. Make sure that it has economic premise. You have options too. You ain't tied at the hip to no Black American man or any man. But I feel bad. A lot of you done went to this country and got deleted. Some of them done went over to the passport side. Not many. I don't know who. And got deleted over in Colombia. And they about to give the stats over there for the Philippines or wherever they going. But that's on them. But I say as grown Black women, you should know what you laying with. As Black women get his name, social, economic premise. You need to know who you messing with, because some of these men, even though that happened over there, that is a strong possibility that same shit can happen over here. Treat everybody the same way you would treat a white man like he got the devil on his goddamn head. That's how you treat every man, even the Black American man. Nobody can be quote unquote trusted. We done been dragged for filth. Look at you, your poom poom funky and your hair all over the place. Man, fuck this shit. Kay is laughing because I ain't never heard nothing like that. I said, well, who the hell? That ain't us. All of a sudden, you done got stupid after you done been doing your hair for over hundreds of years. Now, all of a sudden, you don't know how to put on a wig and wash your ass? No, that motherfucker done been fucking so long, he got retrobate mind. That's where he at. That's his curse. Bye. You with the African and Caribbean man woman. That's who you with. Foo-foo and oxtails. That's on you. And we got evidence because they pulling them up left and right. That's a Black woman. I want you to know who you are, because some of you don't know. No, they're not Black Americans. And it's not by look. They've been sitting there long enough. He don't know, and I don't care what he know. And if he say his parents are deceased, then you need to turn around and say, you better show me the goddamn death certificate, the grave site. Somebody you better introduce me to in that family. And if you hear an accent other than ours, you need to be on caution alert with all men from this point on. We're getting deleted and our name is out here. I don't hear them saying Jamaican women is trash. I don't hear them saying Nigerian women is trash. I don't hear them saying Trinidadian women is trash or Haitian women is trash. They're saying Black American women are trash.
We don't want those people here.
And all he can say, what you want me to do? I don't give a damn what you do. Secure our own image. And be careful, because the diseases out here is running rampant. Everywhere they follow us at, the diseases is running rampant. If Susie is off alert, you better check. Because your man done told you many a times, I don't care what you're married to, melanated or otherwise, they'll let you know they gonna wander with their goddamn hoes. And the next thing you know, you got something and your shit is hot like tamales or like Taki chips. You better watch your ass. They don't got no goddamn, whatchamacallit no more, no antibiotics. We can't afford no wandering peepees all over the place. Know your man, whether you married to him or going with him. I'm not going to tell Black American who to be with. But know that everybody got a station trashing us. They don't say shit about none of these other women. They talk about us. The most disrespected, unprotected woman is Black American, descendant of the United States chattel slavery. No one gives a damn about us or protects us. We have to do it. Many things we need to discuss. And if I'm not talking about you as a Black American man, shut the fuck up or hit dog holler. If you doing what you got to do, I ain't talking about you. But if you hollering, then I guess I'm talking about your ass. But as Black women, please be careful out here. Listen to what I was just saying. We need to protect our identity, our motherhood, our womanhood. They shouldn't be able to come over here and just assume the position and be a Black woman because they laid up. Nah, we ain't doing that. Ain't no half. Anything that comes from us is Black, period. If that white man feel like he being erased, well, goddamn it, we feeling like we being erased. You started this shit, so fix it. And on that note, we will have another discussion. I'm not quite sure what it will be. We will probably revisit this. It was a fun context on learning the different hairstyles and different things that we created. Our hairstyles is our image, our crown, our mane is historical. Let us not give away no more of our ethnic cultures, our ethnic group, anything. I mean, some things they're going to participate in because Black Americans are just there worldwide. We're trendsetters. But as Black American women, we are not giving up our identities. Think about this. Pass it on. Talk to women in your homes about this. Talk to your daughters, because this is what you're doing. When you keep doing this, you give away her identity. You give away her voice as a woman. Now we got these women out here acting like who chose all over the place, speaking on our behalf, and half of them issues we don't even go along with. And it ain't no point in talking with some of the males in our group because they don't give a fuck. You have to give a damn. You have to give a damn. At this point, some things you just don't talk about. You just get busy and do what you got to do for yourself as a woman. He don't tell you how to curl your hair, how to wash your ass, how to do anything. Some of you are paying your shit by yourself as a woman. Some of you are with your man doing it as a team. Everybody's on different levels on where they at in their relationship or in their own lifestyle. But at the end of the day, as Black women, I don't want these women representing me. And I don't want no woman coming from some other side because he decided to lay prostrate with her. All of a sudden, she Black. Get the fuck out of here. Now we got whole third world countries talking on our behalf because this nigga wanted to run around and act like a cockroach and give away our identity. Now he got 1 foot on the banana, 1 foot on the grave, and probably don't even remember how to wash his ass. And Kay fell asleep.
Yeah, yeah, I'm over here dozing off. Sorry.
It's all good. And please don't take this as me hating black men. I hate what has happened to us as an ethnic group. I'm focusing on black American women and black American women only, our motherhood, our womanhood, and what we need to do for ourselves as black American women. We have that right. And like I said, from hearing what I heard today, I know for even sure and surety, we have that right. We will not be erased. We as black American women will not be erased, and we need to fight for our own protection on certain things that need to benefit us as women. How to get better health coverage so that we don't get how you say murked in the goddamn delivery room while we're trying to have children. Safety things that we need for women because we may be going through women issues. Things that we want to talk about as black American women that affect us and how we move as black American women. Because of our ethnicity and identity being given away, other women who are melanated get to speak on our behalf. You know, that crooked headed, crooked wig, funky butt woman is speaking on our behalf. You know, those women from third world countries running around here with no edges, that's what he call her, and a tail that's smelling like woo. He knows because he was up in there. I don't know no black American women looking to smell that, so he know. Pan-Africanism is dead. There is no global flat blackness. We are the only blacks. This is our ethnic group. We are the only black women. Our motherhood and our womanhood should be secure. And we need to fight for protections for us and solely us as black American women. We will not be erased. Be mindful who you laying with, who you have relationships with. Everybody is suspect, especially those who are melanated, because of the vitriol that we've been seeing. Teach your daughters the same thing. As we learn, we grow. Let's pass on information. Let's contemplate on things. Get information and pass it on and bring it to the site so that we can share more stuff and teach it to our daughters and other women around us so they can be aware. Not everybody is going to feel compelled the same way we are, but as we push along, trust me, you will. Because if you continue to keep letting these women represent you and speak for you, it will go bad for you in the end. So we need to draw a barrier, draw a line. We need to make a distinct separation because you don't want these women to keep representing you. They're doing an awful job and they should not be representing us. They should not be recognized as black. They do a piss poor representation and they're running our name and our identity and our achievements into the gutter. So we need to stand up because this will affect us now and in the future, and it will definitely affect our young black American girls coming up in the future. We don't want this title on them. And a lot of us are experiencing this disdain now. It's time for us to put up a fight and fight for our rights and our identity and our ethnic group as black women. It's our identity. Fight for your motherhood, your womanhood, your history, your legacy, your lineage. Fight for it and make it be known that no 304 African or Caribbean woman can ever obtain what is ours, or any other woman from any other ethnic group. Period. Put the gate up. Kay, anything you want to say? Because you get tired. I'm getting tired too.
Yeah, and I think that was an excellent way to close it out. Like you said, any woman from any other ethnic group put the gate up. I think that's an excellent way to close it out. I
Yeah.
think we need to focus on that. That's and teach our daughters and granddaughters that, like you said.
Nieces, all of them. Tell it to your grandma. Let them know what's going on. We need to spread the word. Please, black women, be safe. I'll try to do this more often. Definitely on Saturday and Thursday. Definitely on Saturday, and I'll try to add it more in on Thursdays as I get stuff done. I'll try to be more consistent. It was really hard, but thanks for your support. Keep passing on. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe, or dislike, whatever the fuck. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Did I say it? Yep. Like, share, subscribe. Pass it on. Make sure you also like, share, and subscribe all of the content that comes from Mouthy Megan. She works very hard on her station as a Black American woman. Also make sure you go to Flower Tower Station. She is also a Black American woman. You may not you may not agree with everybody's content, but they are Black American women. And sometimes the more you know, the more you grow. Pass stuff on to her. She's young. She needs to evolve more and more. Make sure you are at BSIA station, like, share, and subscribe. Um, Ty, definitely, he's the one who did Black on Black on Black. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe on his Twitter space. I think it's Hudson Glenn or Glenn Hudson. Make sure you go there and pass on that information. And make sure you refer more people to this station. This is our station as Black American Women. If you know women who want to come up and we have a topic that we want to discuss, we can do so. And again, we will talk more about securing our identity, our motherhood, our womanhood, and our ethnicity as Black American women. We need to get more into this subject as Black American women. We have a right to fight for our ethnic group and our identity as Black American women. Secure it in your motherhood and your womanhood. All other women are secure in their motherhood and their womanhood, and so should we. Let us be secure in our motherhood and our womanhood. So keep that in mind. It's Saturday. I think we on. Oh, now it's Sunday. Have a happy Sunday. Again, happy Black History Month. Anything I've forgotten, we'll discuss it on the next live. And everyone be safe. Keep your peace, secure your peace, and make sure you put yourself first as a woman. And if you're spiritual, put your God first and let Him lead you. Um, and I hope that you're safe in everything that you do and you excel as Black American women. And that's all I gotta say. Anything you gotta say, Kay?
Now, just tell everyone to have a good night, and it was a great live stream. And I think there's a lot of things that we said that we can all do multiple live streams on. I think we
Yeah.
need to probably start taking notes when we're doing these live streams so we can keep track of different things and what would be good topics for other live streams.
Yeah. Refer it to my email. I
Okay.
think I put it out there. Yeah, refer to my email. I think I gave her my email, didn't I? Ooh, I think I did.
I
If
don't
not, if I
know.
didn't, I'll put it out in the next one because I gotta write it down because I don't know how to clip it out. But the next time I'll put out my email. If you do have it, refer stuff to my email. I think I got something from Miss D. So if y'all know how to get to my email, put topics that you want to talk about in my email because I think I put it out before. But I'll put it out on the next live, in the live chat so y'all can refer stuff to my email. Thank you, ladies, for coming. All who were watching, those who are in the chat, those who were watching in the clouds, Pinky Wells, everyone, please stay safe. Keep your head on the swivel. Make sure you stock to the nine and your homes are filled with what you need to survive and not only survive, but thrive. Make sure you ratchet up so you can be safe and keep your body, mind, and spirit in good health. And on that note, everyone have a good morning. Happy Sunday and be safe. Much love, my Black American people. Love you, love you, love you. Black American women, we rise. See y'all later. Bye, Kay.
Good night, everybody.